So I just sent one out to the Discord.
Okay.
We're gonna
Mine
be live
automatically
in
goes
just a
when.
second on the vertical, and then let me get TikTok rolling. Horizontal's live.
Nice.
Horizontal?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Oh,
TikTok's live. We'll join up on TikTok here. Looks like vertical is about to be live. There, maybe.
Yep, I see us on TikTok.
Okay. Boom.
perfect. And I'm just putting gibberish in the chat. I just put gibberish. Oh, it auto-corrected to figure.
What?
Blocked. I just blocked him. Sorry. All right, hold on.
Get wrecked.
They don't. Interesting. Hmm.
They don't interesting?
They changed the menu a little bit for
I had to
adding mod.
add everybody.
All right, I got you. I got you set up there, buddy. You're a mod
Perfect.
now on TikTok.
I have the powers. I am the third person of our Trinity.
All the powers. Okay.
Ian has been.
I have the power.
There's gonna
It's
be a
a
lot
He-Man
of
reference.
a lot of people here probably that want to get a piece of Danny now that they've been cooked so bad by Ian. They're like, oh, Ian's gone. Maybe this new guy won't cook me.
That seems plausible.
But unfortunately, they're gonna get cooked.
I hope that happens.
All right, I'm gonna load up here on TikTok as well. Oh, we should be good to go. All right, hey friends, welcome in. Before we get going, let's make sure everybody can hear everybody's audio. Y'all can hear my audio, right?
Yep,
Yep.
should be good to go.
All right. Everyone said something. If y'all need to adjust the audio during the stream, if the audience can't hear the guests or the hosts, let me know in the comments, and I'll try to adjust as needed. We're gonna have a lot of fun today. Ian's out. He's playing hooky, so we got Danny in here, and we're pretty excited. Danny, you might recognize from the fame from literally ending Jordan Peterson's career.
True.
How's
Hopefully not his life.
what you been up to since you've been
Yeah.
trampling on his proverbial grave?
I mean, I've been doing some debates here and there, but not too active. So I think I was on Modern Day Debate a few times since then, and then, but mostly just busy with other stuff. But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you. Well, you teach philosophy, right?
That's right. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Hmm.
And
The nerd.
contrary to what people think, you're not 12. You're a full-grown adult.
That's right. I'm
Yeah, okay.
over 30.
I said that to somebody recently because they're asking what your background was. I was like, he actually teaches philosophy, and like I thought he was in like high school. I was like, no.
No. He just has really, really good skin.
Very youthful.
It's
Yeah.
the camera. I had to get a very special camera.
Yeah.
For your,
Oh,
And that, and I think I think just take a shower once a week, and this is what happens, right? So,
important
Seems
question
like a personal
though.
problem.
Are you a nominalist, Danny?
I'm a wannabe nominalist. I don't really take a strong position.
Okay.
I'm a nominalist on the weekdays and then a Platonist on the weekends, depending
Okay.
on who I talk to.
Okay.
Seems right.
I mean, sometimes it's just I dodge. I just sometimes assume the position of my opponent because it's usually never important in these sort of discussions whether nominalism or
Sure.
Platonism is true. So I lean towards nominalism.
I almost started, let's say, flirting with Platonism, and then Dr. Blitz said something that took me away from it. He didn't even know it.
Yes.
And then I did some
Yes.
research after, and it checks out. So, like, I was thinking that it was like a conclusive
That's your
thing.
first mistake.
Well, I'm thinking is you see my head smoking sometimes, right up the ears. But I was thinking like, well, space-time is completely immaterial, but we know that it exists. So I'm like, it seems like maybe that could, I don't know, that's not quite Platonism, but it seems like some kind of,
Immaterialism.
yeah, something that's not really. But then I was like doing some reading, and Dr. Blitz said something. It's like, it's not actually conclusive that it's not made of something. Like we don't obviously the ether doesn't exist, but it actually could still be made of something. I went back to an old college textbook, an electrical engineering textbook that talked about some of this nonsense that I haven't looked at in like 20 plus years, and they were saying the same thing. Like, it's not actually conclusive. I was like, oh fuck, maybe I'm still an anomalist. Okay.
Yeah, the only thing that like, you know, gets tricky is for me is like concepts, propositions. Those are the weird ones, but I think there's nominalist accounts of those sorts of things that might work. So
Okay.
Yeah, and the question of like what it means if something is like what it means for something to be made of something is like that's a hard question to ask. Even perhaps harder question to answer. Like it's iffy, right? Like, does something need to be made of something in order to be material? Maybe not.
some people make a distinction between physical and material.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
so
Sure,
some
sure, sure.
some
But
people don't. It's not, the language is used in all
does it
sorts of
need
ways.
to be made of something to be physical?
Yeah. Hey Blitz, do you have any volume control on your mic?
It's at max.
Okay, that's
Are
fine.
you
I'll
able to
turn
me
you up just a little bit.
Okay.
It's a little bit insensitive when you look away from it. So I
Oh,
wasn't sure if it was all the
that
way
I
up.
can adjust.
Okay.
I can just make it so that it's
Hit the range up.
omnidirectional rather than unidirectional.
Perfect. Okay.
Is that any better?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey friends, welcome in. I'm going to read a couple of super chats, and you might notice we've got a new face on the screen this week. Taking over for the Salt God is going to be Danny, and if you haven't seen Danny, you're welcome to ask some questions. You can also find Danny on the internet, Cooking Jordan Peterson, literally the opening of the Jordan Peterson debate where he had to admit that he wasn't a Christian. It was a good time. Hey, Seabar, thanks for the $5 super chat, or super critical hit. Hey, I appreciate that, friend.
Nice.
Yeah,
And
C-bar.
Straightforward got a question for Blitz. Well, thank you for the super chat, Straightforward. Says, Dr. Blitz, I'm trying to wrap my head around how our perception of time changes in the Big Crunch, Big Bounce model. Can you expand on that for someone who's not trained in this field? Thanks.
So there's kind of two things happening here. There's traditionally, we want to think of time as just running forward the whole time, and then as time goes forward, the universe shrinks, and then eventually the universe gets to be really, really small, and time keeps going forward and then expands again, and so on and so forth. That's like a classical view, and there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that view. At least, it's certainly not like been ruled out. But there's also questions about, like, depending on what time is, if it's the case that the universe kind of retraces its steps when it begins to recollapse, then if time is just the direction that entropy increases in, then in some sense time will run backwards during the recollapse. Now that's speculative, but like that's an option that somebody has thought of. Stephen Hawking put this forward in 1984. That's very weird. You wouldn't notice anything. You wouldn't notice that time is running backwards. You would still only remember the past, but it's just your memories would get smaller and smaller as time winds itself back. Then there's this third issue. Typically the universe is very classical and very big, so we can describe it with, Newtonian mechanics, Einstein's relativity, whatever. But near the very, very smallest phase of the universe, when the universe is at that crunch, at that bounce place, it's possible that the universe would be like sufficiently small that quantum effects are relevant. At which point, again, if time is emergent, it might be the case that the way that we think about the universe evolving over time just doesn't work at that scale. So you might have to think about the whole universe, including time, being in a quantum superposition of states. And that's very hard to wrap your head around, and I don't think anybody really has a good intuition for that. But that's probably the trickiest place that it goes.
Sure. I did, on the same topic, I read I found an article and read it some time ago. I was curious if you could, I don't know, maybe lend your opinion. The title is Quantum Correlations Reverse Thermodynamic Arrow of Time. Basically, reverse entropy. It's in Quantum Magazine.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see if there's actually like a paper based on this. That this is based on, rather. There usually is. Quant is usually pretty good.
Well, we don't have to do it now. We've got a guess, but later
Okay.
maybe I'll take a poke at it. But friends, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can request up using the link on the screen. It's tiny.cc/UAguest. You don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need an email address. We don't need none of that stuff. You just got to punch the link in. There's also a clickable version of it in the description of the video. If you're on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button and we'll pull you up like normal. Also, Danny, we lost you on TikTok.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll fix that. Yeah.
We'll get Kevin in here as soon as Danny joins up.
I got it. Yeah, there we go.
Perfect. All right, Danny's in. Then we'll get Kevin in. Welcome in, Kevin. Are you at least 18?
Hey man, how are you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Yes,
Doing all right, Kevin.
26. I'm glad to know that you guys are doing very well. Glad to know that the Creator is giving you guys health and air, vision, body parts that's working. You guys are healthy.
How do you
I have a
guys
bad
see you
neck.
guys as my,
Blitz is
Me
in
too.
glasses.
I see you guys as my brothers, you know. The one in the middle, my uncle. But everyone else is my brother, you know, in humanity.
Why am I the uncle?
Yeah, I'm the oldest one.
Oh, God,
No,
my
because
glasses.
Blitz is the old guy today.
you
Holy
re-
smokes.
You remind me of my uncle, you know. He's very,
Love that. I love
you know,
that for
very
me.
strict.
Yep, definitely love to hear that.
Uncle Blitz. All right, let's have it.
They call me Unk.
Well, Kevin, what
I
God do you
didn't
believe
mean any
in?
disrespect, sorry. I'm
No,
a
we're-
Christian.
we're just joking with Uncle Blitz. It's okay.
Uncle Blitz. No more Dr. Blitz. It's now Uncle Blitz.
Yep.
So, Kevin,
Oh, no.
what would be
Get
a
down.
good reason to believe that God exists?
Coco, no. Take one and go. I'm on the phone. Move. Take one. Coco, no. Coco, leave it. 1 second, guys.
It's exceedingly funny.
If that was
I think it was a dog.
if it was a dog, imagine telling your dog, "I'm on the phone." Like I can understand.
No, I fixed it. Now it's Dr. Uncle Blitz.
Dr. Uncle. Oh no.
Yeah.
Why have you done this?
Hello?
Welcome back.
Hello
Kevin.
again.
Sorry, guys.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it was my dog. He's a Pomeranian.
Cute. So, what would be a good reason to believe in God?
I mean, are you all atheists or he's just...
Yep.
Hmm.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me just grab my booklet because I've got loads of notes that I've
Oodles of
written
notes
down.
even.
Because, you know, I didn't know I was going to come across some atheists, but I love doing this. I even changed an atheist to believe in Christianity, so...
Wow.
No
Good
way.
luck.
That's crazy.
Just last week as well, actually.
Last
She
week, wow.
became a Christian.
I'll send her here. We'll fix that.
What would you say? What would you say your success rate is? Like 1 in 10, 1 in 100? What is?
I mean, I've done it twice. One, I did it in 2023, and I did one last week. Just from the notes, I'm going to be reading out to you guys.
Super
just in a
impressive.
short
Love
while.
that for you.
Who's the smartest one here, by the way? I want
Blitz.
to speak to this.
Blitz.
Danny.
Yes. Not me.
I'm the dullard of the group. Don't mind me.
Okay. This is going to be a very interesting live. Very interesting live.
I feel like
because I'm
that we're.
talking to three
I feel like
people.
we're winding up for something that's going to be very
Yeah.
unimpressive.
We're good.
Sorry?
It just feels like there's a lot of wind up here. Why don't we just get to the point?
Oh no, I'm looking for the page. Oh, here we go. Hindu, Christian, Chinese, atheist. Okay, page 5785.
It's got a apologist handbook. How to debate an atheist.
Are you guys ready? Yeah.
Exceptionally funny, by the way.
If you-
I'm so ready.
Pervert me, baby. Let's go.
5, 8, 7, 6. Okay.
I wonder if it's like a
beautiful, let's go.
dichotomous key. You know, like when you identify species. You know,
Yeah, it's
like
gotta
if
be
it-
like a. It's like. a
right.
footnote
If it
thing.
has wings, go to page 5. Right.
I hope you guys are ready. Wait, let me just.
If
grab
it
a
has
pen so I can-
glasses,
There's-
if
there's
it has
gotta be
glasses,
nothing.
go to page 5. If it's a physicist, go to page
I'm
10.
convinced this is a troll.
Yeah, at least it's funny one.
No, I'm not a troll. Okay, let me just. Okay, I got my pen.
That's exactly what a
just so I
troll would
can-
say.
Trust me,
I'm gonna blow your mind.
My mind is ready to be blown.
This is why you remind me of my uncle, man. He's exactly like you. He says things like you as well. He's
Handsome,
very strict.
charismatic.
He has glasses
Intelligent.
on. Okay.
I like how the
Okay,
one comparison
um,
is glasses.
Okay, but Blitz, this question goes to you. So, where do you think we came from? And trust me, I know this question is very easy, but
Okay.
trust me, it's gonna get us going.
Yeah,
It came from my mama. I don't know about you.
No, I mean
Oh,
like
boy.
humans, humanity.
We came from our ancestors.
Okay, well, where did the first human being came from? That's what I'm trying to say.
It's
Sorry.
ancestors.
Okay, could you elaborate on that, Uncle? I mean,
Yeah, probably
Blitz?
something like Homo erectus. Some Homo erectus thing.
Oh,
But it's
okay.
hard to say that there even is
Oh, okay.
a first organism, or a first human rather, because the
Yeah.
dividing line between human and Homo erectus, say early human and late Homo erectus, is very, very gray.
So okay, wait one. Okay, okay. Homo erectus.
Oh my god, this is such a troll.
This can't be
Bro's
real.
just looking in his book for Homo erectus.
No, I'm writing it down, so we don't forget or
So you don't forget. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Okay, this question goes to deconstruction zone.
That's it.
Hey, how are you?
Why does
So
you have? All right, go ahead.
So yeah, what's your answer? Are you guys at the same level, or you guys?
We have the same
different
answer for that question.
We all have the same answer. It's an infinite string of causes.
Beautiful. Okay, are
Hey,
you
now,
guys aware
don't
of?
assume that I think there's an infinite string of causes.
Sorry.
Haven't you considered that perhaps there was one uncaused cause?
Yeah, I have considered it. I'd be curious to see if someone can try to say that the uncaused cause is God. I want to hear that one, but I think they have to prove that there was an uncaused cause first.
Sounds right.
Kevin, we know where this is going. You're going to go all the way back. Who before them? You want to go? You just how did something come from nothing?
This is
Why
this
did you
is
drop
like,
it?
At this point, I'm more interested in Coco than Kevin.
Coco
Honestly.
sounds badass.
What? Go outside. No, move. Go. I'm on the
No,
phone. Go
no,
outside now.
poor Coco. No, not
move,
outside.
move.
hashtag free Coco.
Move. Get out. Get out. Move.
Hashtag justice for Coco.
Free Coco.
Oh man.
We're going at a snail's pace. Pace.
We
Kevin.
gotta pick it up.
Sorry. Bones on my floor. Treats. Sorry guys, I need to come back because there's a lot of mess on my floor.
I knew it. I knew that we wouldn't get anywhere. 100% I knew it.
Okay.
Sorry guys, there's
Well,
treats and stuff.
all right.
I'll let
that was
me
a good
come
use
back
of
in five minutes. I don't want to keep you guys.
You can come back tomorrow. We'll be here.
Yeah. I'll...
Yep, sounds good.
All right. Well, that was something. We got some guests loading up, so we'll get maybe a real one in here. Digital Toaster says, "Welcome, Danny. No way to Yahweh." That's what I'm talking about.
It's a
Knights Zaini says, "Let's get the important question for Danny out of the way. Have you ever been in Turkish prison?" That's an inside
no.
joke.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
I'm the only one
No.
that went to Turkish prison.
Why'd you go to Turkish prison?
Well, it's an inside joke. I was stuck at an Airbnb where like literally everything in the room was white. It just looked like I was in a prison somewhere.
Oh,
I see.
Okay.
And I was there for like a week. So the rumor started that I got locked up.
You were in
But-
a Turkish prison.
That's right.
Did
That's
you,
right.
Did you happen to go to Turkey to,
No.
I don't know, that one thing that men our age go to Turkey for?
Absolutely not. I've never been to Turkey. The only thing I would go to
I'm
Turkey
actually
for
going to
is the
Turkey in 2
Turkish
weeks.
ice cream.
2 weeks?
But
You're
you
going
don't
to
need to
Turkey
go
in
to
2
Turkey
weeks?
for that.
Yeah, I'll be in Turkey, not for that thing, but for, I'm just going to be on vacation.
Mass Paranoia, thanks for the super chat, says, "Did Ian grow his hair out?" No, but Danny has locks.
Yeah, this is a little out excessive.
Actually, Ian shortened their hair recently. And
That's true.
I just was inspired by David and what is it? No,
Samsung.
but Samsung and this, I'm Samsung and Delilah, right? I said David and Bathsheba. Sorry, wrong dysfunctional couple.
Yeah. Mass Perno says, their hair. Mike, I knew you were going to correct it. Their hair. My goodness, I'm so sorry. It happens, Mass Paranoia. Thanks for correction. And Not a Robot says, Coco wins this live. Coco already won. I mean, give him the treats. All the treats. And Elliptic 6 says, God knocked over the treats so he could retreat. Oh, fuck. Well done.
Dear.
Great joke. Great joke. Okay. Well, let's get in our first guest. I think we're going to bring in Thomas and then El Predictor. And then after that, I didn't see who came in next, so it'll kind of be at random. Welcome in, Thomas. Are you at least 18?
I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist. That's what I am. What are you?
Are you going to debate the
He
topic?
got us.
No. I want to debate on neo-libertarian phalangism.
Oh, well, I guess you're
You're
in the wrong
pronouncing it
place
wrong. It's
then.
phalangism.
Yeah,
Not
that's what I
phalangism.
am. I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist.
It's phalangist.
No. It's not phalangism. Phalangism is... I don't like phalangism. I'm a neo-libertarian one.
Yeah, and you're pronouncing it wrong. It's neo-libertarian phalangism, not neo-libertarian phalangism. Get it right.
No, I'm the founder. I created the ideology.
If you were the
Dr.
founder, then
Blitz,
you'd
bro,
think that
come
you would
on.
know what it's called.
Dude, I put you on my profile on my profile on my TikTok, bro. I tagged you. Did you see the video?
Nope.
I said
I
world's
did.
best physicist.
It was embarrassing. I would never want to associate with the neo-libertarian phalangist movement.
What? You're literally my idol. Like okay. All the great physicists. We have Albert Einstein. We have Max Planck. We have Isaac Newton.
Albert
Dr.
Einstein
Blitz,
was a
you are better.
neo-phalangist libertarian.
You are better
Get it
than
right.
all of them. You are better than all of them. You are the greatest.
Why would I want to associate with
physicist-
neo-libertarian
physicist.
phalangism when I could instead associate with neo-phalangist libertarianism?
No. Let me explain. So basically, like phalangism, it's like authoritarian national syndicalism. But I don't like the authoritarian part, but I like the syndicalist part. So what I did is I took phalangism, I took the ideas of Jose de Rivera, and I made it neo-libertarian, and I combined it with neoliberalism and like cultural
Are we going to
libertarian
talk about
thought.
the topic?
No,
Okay,
it's a
sure,
troll.
sure.
It's,
Let's
it's a
talk-
really,
Oh, it's a
it's a really elaborate troll. I've had him on my. He came up and trolled in my live stream once.
Gotcha.
And,
Okay.
he came in and he honestly, I was actually really impressed. Like he did the lead-in so effectively that I was like convinced that he was a legitimate flat earther. And then he said, and then he brought up neo-libertarian phalangism like 5 minutes into the conversation. I'm like, God, I've been gotten. Like he just like it was so expertly done. I couldn't even ask my mods to block him because I was like, you know what, that was impressive.
Well, he had me fooled. He came in so angry. I was like, this must be an apology.
He's a regular troll. He and a few other people are a regular troll on Parker and Dean's live.
Okay.
And he wants to convince them of neo-libertarian phalangism.
Makes sense. El Predictor, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Awesome. And what God do you believe in?
God and Jesus Christ.
Cool. So you're a Christian. What do you think is a good reason to believe in God?
Catholic. I'm a Catholic.
Helpful.
Sure. Did you hear the second question?
No, I was just saying that I'm a Catholic, not a Christian. What were you saying after?
What's a good reason to believe in the Catholic God?
I'll give you two. One of them quickly is the other guy who started. He started having a notebook and started saying, does humanity come from? And you guys started saying homo or erect or whatever. I'll come at it where
Put
do
some
you guys
respect
think?
on your grandpappy's name.
That's right.
Rest in peace, Papito Adon. But where do you guys think mountains came from? Oceans and trees and butterflies instead of humans, right? Because I feel like that's
Another troll?
Those all have different answers. Mountains, trees, and butterflies all come from different places.
Well, let's just keep it simple. Where did oceans and mountains come from?
Those
Like,
come
how did
from
they get
different places.
created?
Mountains come from
How did they get
tectonic
created?
plates. Mountains come from tectonic plate movements and volcanic eruptions. And oceans, I mean, oceans have been here for a very, very long time, but it's believed that some of the ocean's water formed with Earth, and some of the ocean's water came from comets.
Oh, okay. I'm really bad at this, but I believe that God
Granted.
created everything and that we didn't have everything here. So you're saying before humans were here, just things were just here, just
Yep.
platonic. So the
Tectonic.
ocean just started creating. So what was the first form of life?
It's rough.
Probably some sort of bacteria.
Is this an argument for God, or is this just asking questions?
No, I'm just
It's science class.
no. I mean, it comes down to a self-realization and self-awareness of maybe like there is a God. Because my second point is especially because you guys said you were atheists. There's a study that especially atheists, when they're about to be unalive, let's just say a deathbed. An unalive bed.
What's the study?
You can just
Sorry?
say death. Nobody cares.
Okay, thank you. If you're in your deathbed, supposedly atheists start talking to God or
What's
start
the,
reaching to God out of nowhere.
What's the name of the study?
My source, I got
Yeah.
you.
Also, just to be clear, so what if atheists start becoming theists as they're dying? That doesn't make it true.
Nah.
Yeah, it might be people are scared of death, right? So you could be desperate.
Well, I think he's actually going to look for it. That's why he decut. But I'm gonna bet money it's not a real study.
Wait,
that
did you
sounds
not
about right.
want me to look it up? I'm sorry.
No, I asked
No,
you to.
no, you should. You should look it up.
Okay, because I'm still listening. I'm giving you the source.
Yeah, go for it.
Isn't that there's a fake news that Darwin did something like this, right? Or
Yeah.
no, what did he?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was some woman who, I guess, only knew him in the later years of his life, made this claim like 30 years after he died, or something.
Yeah.
Fake news.
I have two of them.
Okay.
My first one is hold on, I'm gonna be back and forth.
Oh, jeez.
My first one is Thomas Paine, and my
Thomas
second one is
Paine?
Thomas Paine, he was an author that lived 250 years ago.
my second one is A.J. Ayer
What's
and his
the-
near-death
Oh,
experience.
Wait, so are
Ayer-
we
That's a
talking
single
about studies
person.
or?
You said a
Hold
study.
on, don't start protecting. Let's start talking about it. Don't start protecting these people. A.J. Ayer,
You're
he had a
protecting
near-death
them.
experience.
What does that mean? What does it mean to protect?
Oh,
these
Predictor, do you know what a study is?
A study is I've looked into it. It's when
people? He googled.
it's a
Did we do a? He's 26.
I don't know why you're being sassy and mean.
Did we do a age check? I forgot. What's it
Yeah.
called, this person? Okay.
I'm 26.
Okay.
Anyways, what do you think a
I
study
might
is?
I might confuse study and survey sometimes.
This is neither of those.
What is it then?
A study is when you actually report real live data and metrics that you.
But the two sources I gave you, what is that?
Those are
I'll
just
concede. What is that?
two different guys that said a thing.
Okay, then that's my source. Two atheists that you guys probably look into, and they.
And by the way,
turned
this is
into-
you,
they-
as
they
a side
turned to
note,
Christ when
Ayer.
they were having a near-death experience.
Yeah. Oh, first of all, Ayer, he's a very famous philosopher, right? And he did
Shout
not.
out.
He did not become a theist. He did report a weird experience, and all he said was, I still think there's no life after death, but my confidence levels have changed. But he still thinks that there is no life after death. So I don't know who told you that he became a theist.
Okay, what about
Ayer's a
A.J.
fake-
Avery?
What
I
about
don't know who that is. I know Ayer, but I don't know Avery.
This is not an argument for why God exists.
I mean A.J. Ayer.
At best,
No idea.
this is just an argument for a guy hallucinated a thing. Do you have a better argument than this? Because this isn't going to do it.
Yeah. What I was saying originally, where lots of atheists start saying like, "Oh God, forgive me, God, why did
Well,
I'm sorry that I was
You
atheist."
said
right
lots,
before they're
but
about
you
to
listed
die.
one.
I listed
I
two.
I knew a Christian who converted to Islam when we were in seminary. Does that mean that Islam is true?
That's crazy,
Yeah.
by the
No,
way.
no, but
It's
oh,
because
no,
they helped him kick his
but there's
alcohol
some.
habit.
No, but I got educated. I used to think Jews and
find that
Christians were
doubtful.
similar, but no, hear me out. Islam's and Christians they have lots of similarity. Islam people acknowledge Jesus, they respect him, while Jews, they don't like Jesus. They think bad things happening to him right now. So, if anything, when you start saying to me a Christian converted to Islam, I think there's just a miscommunication in our religion between us two.
I don't think there's a miscommunication. I'm asking you why your religion is true. I can tell you why it's not true if you want.
Wait, before you say that, do you guys acknowledge Jesus Christ existing
As a human being, most
or
likely.
no?
Sure. That seems
No, yeah.
seems
Even if you guys think he
possible.
was just a human being, right? And he was
Yeah,
I guess,
sure.
a salesman or
He was
whatever you
just
guys think, he was real.
I think he's a
He was a
charlatan.
carpenter.
What is the guy in the bottom thing?
Actually, I'm a
Yeah, no, I
Jesus
agree.
carpenter
I'm fine to say he
mythicist.
existed.
You don't think he was a carpenter? You think that the carpentry was a myth?
The only wood he ever touched, he got hung up on.
Oh dear. No, I'm fine to say that he existed. If you're asking me to.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you think Jesus existed, even if you think he was just human.
Yeah. What about it?
Did he exist according to you guys?
Yeah, he came,
sure.
he lied, and then he died. What about it?
Okay. So then continue. Why is my religion? What were you gonna say?
Why is your religion false?
Yeah. And is it only my religion you're obsessed with, or are you obsessed with Jews, Middle Eastern, Muslims, and Hindu?
They're all false.
They're all wrong.
I know, but do you have a reason for all of them, or are you just obsessed with
It's
Christians?
basically the same reason for all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can I get the reason, please?
For all of them or for Christianity? I'm sorry, Catholicism.
For the true one, Christianity and Catholicism.
Because Jesus was a liar and a fraud. The New Testament fundamentally contradicts the Old Testament, and the New Testament's full of lies. He didn't descend from King David. The New Testament can't even tell you when he was born. It says he was born in 4 BCE, and then again in 6 CE. That's 10 years apart.
What's your
It's
source
also-
that he was a liar?
I can show you.
While he's showing,
Can you
pulling
please
that up.
cite your source? You told me to bring the source up.
Yeah, he's
So can
going.
you
He's
bring-
going
can
to.
you tell me
He's
wait,
going to. He's
why are you
going
talking
to.
for him?
While he's getting it up,
I'm being
we're also
respectful
saying.
here.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. You're being dramatic, right?
I think you are being sensible.
He's
Yeah,
bringing
I
up
am being a bit
a
dramatic.
source, but also the theology is very confused, like the Trinity, hypostatic union, and
Yeah.
et cetera, et cetera.
I'm glad you brought that
Also,
up.
the
That was going
science
to be
in
the
the
next
book
one.
is just explicitly wrong. So, on all features that Christianity has, like, it gets it all wrong.
Yeah. John 3:13 is an interesting one. Jesus says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man," referring to himself. You think that's a true statement?
And we're taking whose word from this, John?
This is Jesus speaking.
But who's taking this quote?
But we don't know. We have no idea who wrote the Gospel of John.
Well, I mean, that's where I think if you have faith, and also if you're just
Faith in what?
faith in the religion, and also in God.
Why would we do that?
Because where I'm coming at is I think, especially people like John, it's bad, but I think some of them maybe have lied once or twice. That's what I'm trying to say.
So Jesus didn't say this? So we shouldn't trust the Bible.
Maybe. No. I'm just saying that during those times, I mean, just because, let's just say the Bible isn't consistent, we can't just generalize and say it's all wrong. I mean, for sure, maybe John lied once,
I
but
didn't say
then
it
what
was
if
all wrong.
the rest of I am. I'll say it. What if
You're saying it's
John
all
was
wrong?
lying
The Bible's
once?
all wrong?
Crazy.
No, I'm just saying, what if some of them lied, but then majority didn't?
Well, how would you know which
Right?
one
Can't
lied?
trust a liar.
Ma'am.
I think I trust Jesus, and
But you don't know
also
what
You don't
Jesus-
even know what Jesus said.
Yeah, you don't know what he said. The authors lied.
Yeah, I trust his closest people, and also
So-
lots of people don't bring up the fact that he drank wine, he hung out with prostitutes.
Well, what are you talking
The people
about?
who do, you can fact check me.
I'm not fact checking you at all. It's not relevant to what we're talking about.
Yes, it's relevant because the people who have said he drinks wine, hangs out with prostitutes, were his close circle. So I think we
No,
should.
that
Yes,
literally
like
was the
Peter.
Pharisees. The Pharisees accused him of being a wine bibber.
Who?
The Pharisees. You haven't read the book, have you?
No.
No, they never
I've,
do.
I've no, I read the Spanish transcript or whatever the translation. I struggle with
Okay,
the
so I'm
English
pretty sure
term.
that the Spanish word for Pharisees is the same as it is
Yeah.
English.
What's the name of the Spanish Bible?
No, it's not. I don't know. It just says Biblia Católica. I don't know.
It is. It's
Okay.
Phariseos.
Why laugh? That's so mean.
It's not mean.
Yeah, it is.
It's involuntary reflex. So you want to see another
No,
Jesus
it's a
lie?
fake power trip.
It's not a power trip at all. I'm just laughing because you're saying silly things.
Right.
So, want to see another one?
Give me one where you just, because I'm not gonna lie, no way that John 1 just made you an atheist. Like, give it to me.
I don't know why you thought
Pause.
John 1 was going to make me an atheist.
What makes you an atheist? What makes you not have hope or be open minded?
You know what he meant.
makes you just narrow? What makes you narrow minded?
I'm not narrow-minded. I deconverted from Christianity to atheism because I'm not.
Well, okay, don't be
narrow-minded.
defensive about it. What makes you an atheist?
I just told
give
you.
me the-
Don't be defensive about my answer.
Just what gives?
This
like,
guy's a troll.
Why are you an atheist?
He's not for real. He's giggling in the background now.
You guys do this all the time. If I
right.
start like,
Get out of here.
Just drop me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're a troll.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing but trolls
Good,
here today
good
so
decision,
far.
I think. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. I'm making a note not to take them.
Oh, we have a list.
Yeah, I'm keeping a list.
Checking it twice.
Yeah.
Even.
Yeah. Yeah, that way if I get somebody up here and they sound fishy, I look back at my list of who I've talked to. I'm like, oh, this guy's not for real. Hey, ARs. Good to see you. It says, I love Danny. Guest appearances on the show. We all do. It's fantastic.
Appreciate it.
And Garba Gaming, good to see your friend since my grandma chose end of life care at 93. Well, at least she made it to 93. That's impressive. I held her hand as she passed. She died a badass atheist. Fuck yeah. You mean she didn't
Let's
reach
go.
out for Jesus in the last minute? Sorry that you had to lose your grandma, but thank you for letting us know that she did not convert to Jesus at the end. Hope you're doing all right, Garba Gaming. Straightforward. Good to have you again in the super chat. Says Justin, the word rakia is used to describe a expanse or stretched out thinness as well as the firmament. How to know when it means what, since it's a hard surface? Good vibes from Norway. Good question. So rakia literally means hammered out, the base verb, rakah. So what you have here is this idea of a thing that has been hammered out because it's been concretized. And so typically this is referring to just a solid surface. If you look at how it's used, it's referred to like bowls, plates, things like that, even shields. And the rabbis debated quite a bit about what it was made of. In fact, if you go to, I'm going to give you a couple references from the Talmud. They talked about how thick it was. They talked about what it was made of. And it shows up in Ezekiel. It's just a dome. And when Ezekiel chapter 1, chapter 10 goes up to visit Yahweh, it has Yahweh at the top of the dome. The firmament is the dome. Firmament is Latin. Well, it's an English version of firmamentum, which just means something firm. It's the same thing as rakia. And they did that because the Latin translated from Greek, and the Greek had steroma, which means the same thing. It's something like a firm surface. And so firmament agrees with the Greek agrees with the Hebrew means something that is solid and surfaced. And that's why Job 37 says the sky is hard like a cast metal mirror. They actually all refer to the same thing. Rakia will never mean stretched out. It will never mean thin. That's just something that like apologists will say. But I would go to the NRSV Bible and just look up the word dome and see how it gets used, because every time it's the top of the sky, the birds fly across it, and God lives just above it. And then there's an air pocket where the water on the other side of it is suspended. You can read about
over here being a flat earther.
So,
I knew it.
the Bible is a flat Earth book, that's for sure. Go and read Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit, it means Genesis in Hebrew. So just read Genesis Rabbah chapter 4, and I think you'll like what it has to say. There's some discussion there about the firmament. After that, just go to the commentary from Rambin on Genesis 1:6. So I think that will get you some information that you'll like. Also, on the same topic, look up Paul Seeley's paper. He's a professor at Gordon Conwell. I think he's retired. It's called "The Waters Above and the Waters Below." It's all about the firmament. Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat. Good to see you, friend. I know our audience knows this, but NDEs are explainable by death chemicals, DMT, in brain process. There's a book about this. Chet introduced me to it. It's called, shoot, I'll think of it later. But yeah, they've actually studied this. The content emerges from the individual's history and culture, the same mechanism as psychosis. Oh, it's the spirit chemical, I think is what it was called. Let me make sure I'm saying this right.
The spirit chemical?
No, the spirit
I've
molecule. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's the name of the book.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, it's on the topic. I haven't got to read it yet, but Chet had good things to say, and I trust Chet. Last super chat for now. DD Main says, thank you for your donation. Thank you for your donation, friend. And with that, we're going to get our next guest in here. We got a couple in queue, and I think the one that came in next in line is going to be What's the Word? So let's find out.
Could it be that the bird is the word?
That's what I was thinking. How you doing, Word?
Good. How are you?
Not too
Okay,
bad.
I don't know if this is the right stream, but I meant the last dude mentioned just other religions, and I grew up in a Hindu household.
Sure.
And I don't know if I've ever really like.
Are you still religious?
That's what I don't know. I can't tell.
Well,
And that's why I didn't know if this was a space to kind of figure it out.
This particular show is a debate space, but
Okay.
there is a Discord server. It's called Deconstruction Junction. It's in my profile.
Okay.
And in it, it's full of people that are deconstructing and people that are just trying to figure shit out. That'd be a good place to ask some questions. We got a lot of really smart people in there. And I don't know much about the Hindu faith, but there are people there that will.
Okay, perfect. Because for me, it's more just like when so my sister passed away 2 years
Sorry
ago.
to hear that.
No, that's okay. And for me, it was more of like you know what, there's no one, like, it was the thought of God's not real. They took my sister away. She did nothing wrong.
Sure.
So I don't even know if it's me, but I'll look in, I don't want to take away time from your genuine purpose of the live, but I appreciate you taking the time to even acknowledge. So thank you so much.
Join up at the junction and go to the general chat, and you'll find people active in there that'll be interested in talking to you about it.
Okay, lovely. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good luck, friend.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's rough to lose a close family member that's young. Yeah, it's really it messes with the brain a lot. So I think next in line is going to be maybe Brian 76. I hope I pronounced that correctly. How you doing, Brian?
Brian, how's it going?
Buddy?
Sounds like he's doing the dishes or something.
Yeah.
Or washing his hands.
Maybe his phone's in his pocket he requested by accident?
It happens.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll grab the next one. It looks like it's going to be Pet.
Yo, good evening, sir. Yo, Danny, was that motion, Danny, or...
Was that motion?
I have no idea what that means.
Was that guy spatially located, causally efficacious, and like in motion, perhaps?
Who?
The guy we just talked to?
Possibly. I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you really speak to him?
He didn't.
Wait, did you really speak to him, Danny?
Right.
Danny, did you really speak to him?
I have no idea.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Are you having a conversation with me right now? Because if you're having a conversation, then the Trinity is true. Do you know that?
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
Oh, let me teach you, sir.
P1, if we're
conversation is
having a
defined
conversation, then the
insofar as
Trinity
the
is true.
natural relation
P2,
between
we're
two
having a
individual
conversation,
substances of a
conclusion,
rational
the Trinity
nature.
is
So
true.
to ask a question implies the relation between two persons, dude. So necessarily question, if and only if questioner,
This is gonna
not
be a bunch of
questioner,
nonsense,
and
isn't
not
it?
questions. Modus tollens, dude. How about that? Get big, America.
Danny,
No,
you want to handle this
Should I
guy?
put
You wanna
some
provide an
follow
argument,
well,
like
or-
Sister Wise,
it's an
why are you guys
E-
barking so much, dude? What's happening, fam?
easy, man. Right, this is easy, right?
Yo, the constructionist, wasn't that like a two-coque fallacy, by the way?
I don't even know. I didn't hear anything you said.
Good boy, dude. You're such a good boy, my guy.
Easy. What's going on with you, man?
Are you
What's
okay?
going on?
I don't think you're well.
I don't know. You tell me.
We just did. I don't think
We
you're
used
well.
to be. You are you Christian or
Wait,
Muslim
did
right
you
now?
tell me something, sir? Did you
Yeah.
tell me something?
Christian or Muslim right now? That's so
Well,
funny.
That's the
easy. I've known
Trinity,
easy
one
for.
second.
I've
Did
known.
you just collapse into the Trinity,
Easy.
sir?
1 second. I've known easy for years, and he changes his mind between Islam and Christianity all the time. And I remember him debating against the Trinity. Now, easy. When you gave arguments against the Trinity, do you now look at those arguments as no longer good?
Which arguments?
The ones you gave like 2 or 3 years ago.
Are we speaking about the LPT?
Yeah.
I think that as like secular Islam, Libiano stated out of his lips, dude, under Saint Peter Geach's relative identity, the Trinity does not fail to exist, and polytheism is impossible. So
All right. So
there's no such thing as the LPT, sir.
The
Let me explain.
his profile currently says Noahide Jewish philosopher.
Crazy.
Okay, so now we're going
Noahides aren't
between all three.
Trinitarians.
all
It's
right?
crazy with that.
Okay, so for those that don't know, if someone says that Jesus equals God, Father equals God, then it's going to follow that the Father equals Jesus. But
Yeah, if there's
some
numerical
people,
identity, though.
right. I'm explaining your view to everyone so people can actually participate in the conversation. But there's a form. People might construe identity differently, right? Some people might say that you can be identical with respect to a kind, sortal is what the fancy term is, a sort, right? That you can count. So two things can be identical with respect to a certain kind, but they can be different with respect to a different kind. So some people, like maybe an intuitive example might be like, there's you today and you yesterday. Those are not strictly identical, but they're the same person. Might be different configurations, right? So people will want to say that maybe the Trinity works that way, that Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit are the same God, but they're different persons. And okay, he's still here. The issue with that is I don't think that's what Trinitarians really had in mind in the past. And there's philosophical issues as well, because like I don't know how you're going to understand mind and all those other things. But one of the earliest defenders of the Trinity, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, did never mentioned identity as being understood between Jesus, Father, Holy Spirit, and God. The analogy that Saint Gregory of Nyssa used was between different human, let's say like Jack, Jill, and John or whatever. He used an analogy of them being all human as an adequate analogy to Father, Holy Spirit, Jesus being God, right? So I think that undermines the thesis that the early church fathers and the early Christians really thought about Trinitarian statements in terms of relative identity or identity in general. Because you and I are not relatively identical, right? Even you're human, I'm human. We're not the same human, though, right? So,
but like,
is this
I am you. Wait, but I am you. You are me. I am not you, and you're not me, right? So let's play this game, Danny. Because last time I've checked, we are familiar with formal distinctions, right? Which is a relation by opposition by the virtue of the person, the individual substance of rational nature, which are the Trinity, right?
I wanted to know what you thought about what I said.
It's gibberish. I don't follow church fathers.
Okay, but you see, people that are skeptical of the Trinity being coherent, right, are going to look back at these creeds, and right, so like the Nicene Creed, what St. Gregory of Nyssa are saying, what the early Christians thought and what they've been saying, and then suddenly we get in the 20th century relative identity, right? It seems like there's a change of subject, that relative identity doesn't adequately express what people have been talking about when they've been talking about the statements in the Trinity.
What do you mean by relative identity and statements within the Trinity? Last time I've checked that relative identity is within the text.
Which text?
The book of John.
Okay,
Chapter
I'm
1,
more
verse 1.
interested.
The
Okay.
word has the same essence, but not the same quiddities. So let's debate that.
You want to? We should talk. You want to talk about John 1:1? Is that?
Yeah,
what
let's
we
go
wanna
in John
talk-
1:1, sir. Why not?
Okay.
Do you like John 1:1, Danny, perhaps?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Yeah, would you say the numerical identity is
You want to
assumed?
pull it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, would you say numerical? Yeah, in principio creavit in verbum. In principio, it's just in the beginning was the word was with God, and the word was God. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but then you know
Is the word
there
numerically
are
identical
at least
wait,
there are
is the word
two.
numerically identical to God?
It's not clear, right? What's being said in John
Hence, it's
1:1.
relative identity.
Actually, it's not clear.
Boom,
Danny's
baked,
correct
dude. Next.
because the second theos is not definite.
Look, we call it Deus and Deum in Latin traditions. I'm not familiar with Greek.
It's
speak
written in
Greek.
Greek. It's written in Greek. Sorry.
Oh no, we have the Latin Vulgates.
Well, congratulations.
We're
The Latin
Latin, we're
Vulgate
Romans,
is a translation of the Greek.
Sure, but we're not dependent upon the Greek Orthodox Church.
The
so
Latin
they are
is
like,
dependent on
they
the
deny
Greek
the
text.
filioquis.
Who's talking about the Greek Orthodox Church? We're just talking about the Greek
Ye-
text.
Yeah, which is derived from who?
Not the
It's
Greek
the
Orthodox.
original.
Oh, but so if it's not derived by the Greek Orthodox Church, from which
The,
church is
the
derived?
Greek text is derived
Catholic
from
Church,
whoever
right?
wrote it.
Good boys. Look, let me teach you philosophy real quick. In these
This
empirical
isn't
words, right?
philosophy. This is
Look,
philology.
when it comes to the filioquis, which is
It's
something we
paleontology
highly
even.
respect in Catholicism, dude. We say that's the necessary precondition for rationality.
Does this guy
You-
always
we're talking about
if
John 1.
rationality-
talk off
Oh,
topic or no?
he's switching to tag now.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't tag present in John?
No.
No.
What? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Necessarily Word, if and only if God.
Necessarily,
Not God, not
where
Word.
are you getting this?
Yo, how
How
about
can-
that? You got big.
How can
my
God have
guy,
words
again.
outside of time?
So necessarily
don't
Word,
words-
if and only
don't
if
words
God,
need
not
space-time?
God, not Word. The tolerance.
This guy can't be. Is this guy a joke? Is
Yo,
he a
you
troll?
got big, my guy. How about that? Yo,
Yeah,
this is
I don't think he's
Jordan
being
Peterson
serious.
He's
I've
not
talked
for
to him
real.
before. This is
This
not.
is
He's
for
not in a
Jordan-
serious mode.
this is-
Yeah, he's not serious. Wow. Okay. Nothing but trolls today. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh well. At least they're the Christians are showing that they're too afraid to come up here and be real. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, y'all, you can join up using the link on the screen. And I don't know if you can't defend your faith, it's just going to be a bunch of trolls doing it for you. So I probably want to do that. If you're on TikTok, just hit the guest request button. We'll get you pulled up in here. Let's get speaking into the guest box next.
Hey, good
Welcome
morning.
Speaking.
Speaking, are you
How
at least
goes it?
18?
Yes, 40,
Oh, it's
in fact.
speaking. Hey, speaking. What's up, man?
Hey, Danny, how are you today?
I'm doing fine.
Great. Big fan out here. Anyways, could I get a formal argument why God isn't real?
I mean,
Well,
it depends on what
okay.
argument you want, but
Danny.
sure. You can
I-
probably get one from all of us.
Sure.
Well, it depends on. I have a very loose conception of God, right? I think the broadest conception of God or concept of God that can cover all these various theologies or other takes on what God is something like a kind of superhuman, super abled being that has like control over our over nature and has at least a lot of control over our fortunes and our everyday lives. So that would count Zeus as a god. That would count Yahweh as a god, and so on and so forth. Why I don't believe in any gods. So it's just I have very low priors for it. So low priors are going to go something like this. So there's all the data that we want to. What was that?
Sorry, I got a
Yeah.
phone call, so I might have missed like 15 seconds.
Okay, so I'm basically I think that there are no gods because of something that's called a low priors argument, and so the idea is when we look at all the data that we want to explain, it's just going to be a kind of trivial truth that a particular explanation is going to be less probable than some broader set of So it's a broader set of explanations. So, for instance, there's God could explain the data that we want to explain, or a not God, naturalistic or non-divine cause can explain that. And the space of the possibility space when it comes to a non-divine cause is way larger and thus more probable when we're talking about prior probability than a particular divine explanation. And then when you update on that prior, for me, minds are, I'm somewhat of a source physicalist, that at the very least, mind comes from nature. It's not the other way around. It's not like mind produced nature. We have central nervous systems. Our minds are very delicate. We're at the mercy of our environment. It's, to me, it decreases the probability even further to think that there's a mind that has control over nature and all our fortunes or anything like that. And that's why I think there are no gods, right? And when you put in also all the historical facts about humans making up stuff, making up religions, even you as a Muslim and I as an atheist agree that humans make up a lot of stuff, right? So when you add that data in, I just think it's very improbable that there are any gods.
Fair. So, like, I would agree with you. Humans make stuff up all the time. No problem. Okay, but I think, like, the definition you gave of what a god is a bit loose, right? Because I think if I went and asked, like, every single person on the face of the planet, they might give, like, some different set of essential properties, right? So, do you have an accounting for primary causation?
Well, I want to respond to, it's true that people will give different theologies or different concept, so we can distinguish between concept and conception. So for me, I want to say that the Greek polytheist, the Norse polytheist, the Egyptian polytheist were theists, right? They believed in gods, right? They weren't atheists. And so what is the sort of common denominator between these pantheons and the monotheistic traditions that we see much later? Because y'all have something in common. Y'all are not atheist. And so I think my account of what a god is accounts for that a god is a superhuman, super abled being where there's no other being that's above that sort of level, that's more powerful than it and has control over our fortunes and nature. That's what you have in common with the polytheist. And so if you define God as, let's say, omnipotent, then if that's if that's a conceptual prerequisite for believing in God, then you're going to throw out the Norse, Greek, and Egyptian polytheist as they're going to be atheist on that definition, which they're clearly not. So that's why we should understand the concept of God is very broad, is to encompass those groups of people as not atheists. All right. But
I wouldn't necessarily. Oh, sorry, I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
No, I was finished. But you made a second
okay.
point, but we could talk about it in just about the causation
Yeah,
thing. But you can go respond to that. Yeah.
I was going to follow up on that second point, but I wanted to kind of state that I don't think God is a quote unquote superhuman necessarily, right? So I would rather say that he's the source of primary causation. Could you go into that? Why God couldn't be identified as the source of primary causation, or in the case of the universe, its beginning or origin?
Okay. So the first point you made was you don't think God is superhuman. I'm using that term very loosely. Here's why I'm using the term superhuman. If humans were the only beings in the universe, I do not want to call us gods, right? So all the term superhuman or superabled, right, is that I'm trying to say that there's a kind of threshold of power that you need to have to be considered a god, right? Because you and I agree that if we end up being the only beings in the universe, we should not be considered gods. That's all I mean by superhuman. But fair, I understood what you meant, right? Because a lot of people think of superhuman as like, Homelander, Superman. Right? Superman and stuff like that. That's not quite, yeah. So I want to clarify on that. The primary
cause more of like a humanoid in general.
Right? No, yeah.
Head, 2 arms, legs.
Right. No, I mean like superhuman, meaning like the beyond the capabilities of human. That's what I mean by superhuman, right? And usually there's a level of cognition and blah blah blah. But as the primary causation thing, I'm fine to say that there could be, it's logically possible for there to be a first cause, and that first cause to be mind. I'm not going to die on that hill. But as you know, I'm speaking. We've had these sort of conversations, but for everyone's sake, it's not. That's very cheap. But a lot of things are. It's logically possible that I'm a robot. It's logically possible that Hogwarts exists and we're all Muggles that are ignorant of.
It's also
I'd say
logically
Easy's
possible that
more
there is no
likely to be a
mind
robot
as
than you,
the
Danny.
initial cause.
Yeah, probably. But so the point is that it's not saying very much. Right. It's not saying very much to say it's logically possible that there is a first cause and that first cause be a god or a mind. So I'm fine to say that this is possible. Now, I get the low priors argument is supposed to show why that's very improbable, or at least improbable enough to where it's reasonable to think that's not God. Right. So.
Cool. Well,
Yep.
I would love to have this conversation a little longer, but unfortunately, my dad duties are calling me right now. So what I'll do is I will put a pin in our convo for now, and we can hopefully carry on.
We
next
talk
time.
all the time, so we'll talk whenever you want to talk. Just hit me up.
Yeah, I'd love to, and I'd love to talk to Dr. Blitz a little bit more about physics next time. I had some questions on physics. I know you got a PhD in physics, right, Dr. Blitz?
I do.
Cool. I'm gonna hopefully pick your brain when you're not playing video games next time. Last time I saw you live, you were playing a video game. Looked like you were having fun, so I didn't want to bother you. Anyways, you guys have a
Well, I
great
wasn't bringing up guests anyway, but thanks for being here.
Yeah, sounds good. And sorry I couldn't stick around too long, but
All right.
I unfortunately got to deal with that. Bye, guys.
Have a good one. All right. Well, not a troll. So that's a good start. All right. The V dude, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says I was late today. Ian got a reverse haircut and plastic surgery and a name change, moved and got a new chair and voice. Wild. Yeah, it's quite a turn of events, huh?
Danny, is it just me, or does he sound a little bit like Darth Dawkins?
Yeah.
The one
Speaking.
that does he sound like him? I know it's not him, but speaking,
he sounds
does he
vocally.
Yeah.
Oh, really? He does sound like
Yeah,
no. I met him. I've had dinner with him and some friends in person, so I know him personally.
I believe you.
Yeah.
It's only a slight.
I'm trying to think about his
similarity,
voice. Yeah,
but
maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could
yeah,
see.
somebody said in the comments not smug enough. So if he turned up his smugness by like a factor of 4 or 5, then maybe they would be like identical.
Yeah. Well, let's get next guest in here. I think it's ITC LitCon or something of that nature. How you doing? What should we call you?
Just call me by my name.
Sure. Can you pronounce it for us?
ClitCon?
Yeah.
Can we just call you Clit?
Yeah,
call
you
you
can just
Con.
call me that. Yes.
Sure. How you doing, Clit? Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Sure. And what God do you believe in?
Okay, so my conception of God is it's like a ontological STACK. If like you understand what that means.
No.
I have like a
STACK?
syllogism.
No idea what that means.
So
Yeah,
you
so,
don't
like,
believe in Allah or Jesus or anyone like that?
It's quite a similar conception to that.
Let's say he's
yes.
Muslim,
But
okay.
it's not. Yeah, I don't know if I would categorize myself as Muslim. It's just a very similar conception.
Sure. I'll write down
Okay,
Muslim
so-
light. All right. What's the argument?
Yes. Okay, so like DNA, we can say that like in each genome sequence, partially there is like a 32 to 64 bit representation. And we call that like a DNA word, right?
64-bit.
Yes, like
I mean,
it's
DNA
like,
isn't
analogous
in-
to it.
DNA isn't in binary; it's in quaternary at best.
Yeah.
But
No,
I mean, like,
it's
like yeah, you
analogous
can
to a
subdivide it
DNA.
however you want. There's no issue there.
Yes. Okay, so in that sense, like the ribosome, it's acting it's acting on cycles.
Okay.
And when we have those cycles, we can distribute it into like 64 bits. So we can say each sub-amino domesticide, we can represent it as a
Hold
bit.
on. Can you define those words because that sounds like gibberish?
Yeah, I'll get to it. I'll just give like a more
No,
abstract.
I want to hear you explain what a
holistic explanation.
sub-amino domesticide is.
Yes, I'm getting to it. And
I'm-
when
I'm-
we like have,
it sounds like a
so we can
troll.
also have
Yeah,
like a.
it's a troll.
No, I'm being serious. and we can have like some sort of like.
So I just googled that phrase. It's not a thing in biology. A subamino domesticide is not a thing.
It's not biology. It's I'm trying to explain. Say frame pointer, and we have like the stack pointer, the genomic stack pointer too. And every time we jump to like a part in the DNA sequence that we're executing, we also push the return address onto the genomic stack. And when we do this, every time we make a new jump, we also update the save frame pointer.
Are you going to get to the point where God is real, or?
It's just a very,
yeah.
You don't know, it links into like homotopy type theory. So I'm just trying to explain. Okay, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so every time we push that new return address, we'll say like the ribosomic engine, it's executing that new sequence of like virtual DNA. And every time we jump to this, I'm just giving you like an analogy because it aligns quite well. You understand? Okay, so anyway, every time we do this, we also have on this frame.
Right? Yeah.
On this frame of like GN.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something.
All right. Another troll, and I guess we had someone in the queue on TikTok. They dropped, so that means Hi is going to be popping in from the YouTube queue. And so, quick reminder: if you're watching on YouTube, you can request up using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest, and hopefully you'll be like a real person that believes in a real God and have a real argument. We'd love to have like an actual, I don't know, discussion around here. Let me grab Hi and we'll get going. Welcome in, Hi. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Sure. And what religion are you?
Well, I'm not. I don't think I'm committed to a particular religion, but I am a theist.
So you're a Christian, okay?
Okay. Well,
I didn't ask you what you're arguing for. I asked you what you believe.
Oh, I just believe in a God. I'm just a generic classical.
So you're a
theist,
Christian. Cool.
Yeah.
So, what's your argument for God?
Yeah, it's fine tuning. The Bayesian fine tuning.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, it seems like you're already acquainted with the argument. Do you have like a response for it?
How about you give it?
Can you provide a compelling argument that indeed the fundamental constants are fundamental?
By fundamental, you mean what?
As in they are foundational to reality and not determined by a deeper underlying constants that we do not yet know yet. God, I can't speak.
I'm not sure how that needs to be assumed for the fine-tuning argument.
Well, I mean, because fine-tuning is a statement about, at least the way that physicists talk about it, it's a statement about naturalness. Namely that there are these numbers that are very, very small, or these numbers that are very, very big, and they seem too small or too big. They could vary. They seem like they can't vary over a very large range without disturbing the way the world is. But if it's indeed the case that these constants are in fact functions of deeper underlying deeper underlying constants, then the range over which the true fundamental constants can be is completely unknown.
Okay, I don't think I quite understood that. So is the general idea supposed to be that if there is like a underlying more fundamental constants that basically dictate these constants, the range wouldn't like be known to us, given that this is like multiple ways there could be different constants produce these same constants to produce life. Is that the idea?
What I'm saying is that, like, look, imagine that you have like a machine and you put into the machine one number and out comes another number, right? Or you put in a bunch of numbers. Now, some machines, maybe if you wiggle the input number a little bit, the output number wiggles a lot. Or maybe you wiggle by some deeper underlying structure that allows for a wide range of variability, while only changing the resulting up quark mass to down quark mass ratio a small amount. Then it would be the case that it's no longer fine-tuned, because the range of possibilities of the underlying controlling constant is actually quite large.
Okay, well, I just understand fine-tuned constants to be the types of things that allow for life to exist. So you'd say, like, you know, if life exists, then fine-tuned constants exist, and you may like say.
But that's also, so. How are you defining fine-tuning, or fine-tuned constants rather?
Yeah, fine-tuned constants are just the types of laws that allow for life to exist.
So why would you say that they're fine-tuned rather than coarse-grained?
What are you referring to? The constants themselves?
Yeah. So when you say a constant is fine-tuned, what exactly do you mean?
I just mean that the constant lasts for life.
There's nothing. Okay, so I guess you probably haven't actually engaged with the physics literature on this, or perhaps the philosophy of physics literature, because fine-tuned is something very specific. It means that so you have a constant, and those constants perhaps allow for life. What makes them fine-tuned is that if you fiddle with them a little bit, perhaps in some range, then the resulting dynamics that are possible in the universe change dramatically. That's what it means for something to be fine-tuned.
Oh, so like the subset of the sample space that has life in it, and these constants is narrow, so the generator.
Right. And so what I'm suggesting is that without knowing what the true fundamental constants are, maybe the ones we have are fundamental, maybe they're deeper ones. Without knowing what the true fundamental constants are, we have no idea what the sample space is.
Okay. I think an idea I've heard before is just that if we can assign like real numbers to, or like reals to the constants, and we agree that the variance in the amount of the reals we can assign would produce like differences in life, but still produce life. But then there's like an uppermost bound in which there'll be no life, and like a lowermost bound in which there'll be no life. That's supposed to imply that subset will be finite. But it seems like the sample space would also be like maybe cancelly or uncancelly infinite, which is good reason to believe that the subset would have a lower cardinality than the cardinality of the set constant don't produce for life, which still implies it's narrow in some sense. Or the very least it's smaller.
You're making certain underlying assumptions about A, the probability distribution over the sample space, and B, the size of the sample space, but neither of those are known.
Well, do you think I'm assuming that it's like uniform or something?
No, you're assuming some feature, namely that the probability of being in some non-life permitting region is large.
Okay, well, presumably if the subset is finite, it would be large. You would agree with this, right?
Only if the set itself is infinite, which we have no guarantee of.
Okay, do we have it seems like you have good reason to believe it's infinite, because
what's the good reason?
If you can assign reals to it, bro, well, it's like an uncountable.
Why do you think that you can physically assign any real number to these constants?
Well, that's just like supposed to like model the strength of the constants, presumably.
Okay. First of all, if you're going to try to assign any real number to these constants, then you can't even assign a probability distribution, right?
Well, you can.
Not to the entire real line, you can't.
Well, yeah, I know like the probability.
So, but putting that aside, the point is that the assumption that these constants could be any real number or even some large range of real numbers, that is an inbuilt assumption that we have no reason to believe.
Sorry, I had a call. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, the assumption that you can assign any real number or perhaps some large subset of the real numbers to these constants, that you can pick any one of these numbers, like you could assign the up quark to down quark mass ratio of like to be like 100 trillion rather than like 1.2. That's an assumption that is unjustified and ungrounded.
I'm pretty sure it's just
I've been messaged. I mean, this is an interesting, legit conversation, but I've been messaged that you don't actually believe in God. You're a LARPer.
Oh, bummer.
No, I'm actually a Christian.
Yeah, no, right. And I have a very
he
good
calls
source
in
here.
every week and does it with Ian.
Okay, yeah. So he's LARPing. I mean, I'm not saying the conversation. I mean, it could be
LARPing is frustrating.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I mean, deconstruction zone was pretty insistent on me being a Christian, but fair enough.
All right.
Yeah.
So if you want to continue, Blitz, that's up on you. I mean, he's trying to run this argument. That's fine, but like he doesn't.
I'm just trying to understand, like, so you're saying we have no reason, like at least according to you, like we have like no good reason to believe we can just assign reals. Like,
yeah, we have no good reason to think that it is possible that like in some sort of I'm going to use the modal scope of more than physically possible, less than metaphysically possible. So in some sense, like some super physically possible sense, and the ways that the laws of physics could be. We have no reason to think that there is that certain constants can take on these values, can take on 1 trillion rather than 1.2.
Okay, and one of the reasons to believe you can't have a where it wouldn't be reals, just so you can have like a probability measure that's uniform over the reals? Is that like the first
I
consideration?
mean, so that's one reason, but like you don't even need to make that assumption. Like you can have whatever, you can assign whatever probability distribution you want. But all I'm getting at is that the underlying probability distribution could restrict your range, right? It could restrict it to be a very small finite range. It could restrict it to be a single value. It could restrict it to be a very large range, and then it is genuinely fine-tuned. It could change the probability distribution so that even though the range is very large, most of the probability weight is near the value that it's currently at, in which case it wouldn't be fine-tuned. So there's a lot of underlying assumptions here that I don't think we can justify.
Okay. Yeah, I don't exactly know like how I'd render reasons to believe that you can assign reals, so I'll probably look into that. But yeah, I appreciate the conversation.
Okay. Have a good one.
Okay. Please don't lurk next time.
You do think you.
All right.
That is a good
Move on
exit.
to another guest, hopefully a real one. Skeetser says the Bible says fire and brimstone will end society, and there are volcanoes and meteorites all over the earth. Well, I think you're trying to say this like prophecy fulfilled, but if you actually read the Bible,
No.
like it's going to happen at a particular time.
No. What they're saying is that if fire and brimstone will indeed end society, then why hasn't it already? Because there's volcanoes and meteors everywhere.
True. Yeah, I kind of get that. I mean, to be fair, you know, volcanoes and meteors have destroyed some ancient cities. That's probably why, and they probably thought it was from God, and so that's probably why they think that's what's going to happen when
Honestly,
God really.
I probably would too if I was living 5,000 years ago, and then a fireball rained down from the skies and blew up my neighbor.
Yeah. Like you would write a story about that, and you'd be, God was pissed. Well, why was he pissed? Well, let me tell you why he was pissed. You know,
because they were having sex.
That's what. Yep. They were putting the dingling in the wrong place. And Skeetstar with a follow-up says, just look at what it takes to try to make AI viable. The death of the personal PC industry and killing the environment. This is against God. I mean, against a non-existent entity, perhaps. But yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. I don't think it's. We're gonna need some help.
I don't think the personal PC market is dead, though.
Not dead. They're just destroying the price of RAM right now.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. Vintage Atheist says, any good debunks on the flood myths? Yeah, I mean, all of geology.
100. Well, and you don't even need geology. I used to run like the geology arguments, and I used to run like all these physics arguments, but it's so much easier just to be like, look, the Egyptians existed for like the entire period continuously, and they wrote down everything for the entire period during which the flood was supposed to happen. And even if it was a localized flood, the Egyptians would have known about it. They were right there.
Wait, so how do the younger creationists cope with that? I forgot I don't know what to say.
They usually don't. I've had one person say, "Oh well, maybe the flood was before the Egyptians," and I'm like, okay, so then the Bible aging is wrong. I've had one person say that we're dating the Egyptian writings incorrectly, which is a little bit sus because they say it like in the 13th year of the reign of Pharaoh.
Oh yeah.
Whatever. Like they tell
put
us
the
these
date
things.
on there, right?
Yeah. And so that and the slightly relatedly, like there's this whole business of like, oh, it's the giants that built the pyramids, like the Nephilim, and then you just go look and we have like records of like one of the guys who wrote down in his diary, his logbook, him participating in building the pyramids, and he doesn't include anything about giants. He includes his 40 workmen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's just like an easy dunk in my view.
For sure. And Skeetstar with a follow-up says a lot of people need to read the book of Enoch. Well, I mean, agree. Enoch is one of the best ways to know that these ancient people were talking gibberish, and the Bible supports it. So Jude chapter 1 verse 14 directly quotes Enoch chapter 1 verse 9 as a prophecy, and the book of Enoch's absolutely madness. Let's get Sass in here and get some conversation going. Welcome in, Sass. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do believe in God. Yeah.
Sure. Which one?
I'm actually Muslim.
Okay. And why do you think God exists?
I mean, if I look at the concept of reason, and I look at where we should be getting our objective morality from, I think we cannot base it based on subjective reasoning and what we feel. it has to be something objective where we
On what God feels, right? On what God feels.
That's still subjective.
When you look at it through objective reasoning, at least you could say it's not from you. For example, if
Well,
you and I live
Can
in,
you
all right?
demonstrate that we do have objective morals first? Because
Yes,
we don't agree
yes,
that,
yes.
that's the case,
Yes,
unless Danny
I
does.
okay, I can demonstrate that. For example, all of us are here, right? We
Mhm.
believe in a certain. I mean, I have
Speak
my
for
own
yourself.
belief. Okay, that's fine. I have my own belief. You have yours. At least, if we disagree between us, how do we come to an objective conclusion? How do we come
There
to
are
an
no objective
objective premise?
conclusions about morals.
How do we come to an objective premise that
You don't.
okay, both? So then we'll be living in chaos then.
No, we already do live in chaos. That's why laws are changing all the time.
I mean, are we really living in chaos? I mean,
Have you seen governments?
Look, the point is that you're presupposing that you need objective morality to disagree, but no, you can have a shared goal with someone and disagree about how to
No, I'm
actualize
saying
that.
you need objective morality to come to a reliable conclusion
No, you
where
don't.
both of you or all of you agree to one thing, and that is why
No,
we
you
have.
don't.
Okay,
something
so
like
let's just use a simple
constitutions.
let's just use a simple example. All right, presumably you've dated and did you ever disagree with your partner about where to go to eat?
Yes.
And were you able at any point to convince her or him that
Yeah, we have to refer back to an objective. What's the
no,
name?
you're
Idea.
basing. No, the point is that there's no. Do you think there are objective facts about where you should go to eat for lunch?
I mean, I think it's a part of or is a way of life. I take my life as a way.
It's
of
a matter
life
of preference whether you
where
want to
I'm
go to
subjected
Olive
to.
Garden or some Mexican restaurant. That's a matter of preference, right?
Denny's is objectively the correct answer, by
it's-
the way.
Bottom of the
it's
soup and
about-
salad. I mean, come on, make the right choice.
Yes, it's a matter of preference. But then again,
But you see,
I
you
mean,
could still disagree with someone about where to go to eat and actually resolve the dispute without any objectivity about where you should go to eat.
So would you say where to go to eat is actually something huge that you actually disagree with your partner?
The only
as to where to
comparison
go
I'm
to
making
eat?
between
I mean,
where
we have actually complex situations.
you're missing the
where we
point.
could
You're missing the point. It's not to say that discussions about where we should go to eat and discussions about what we should do with people that steal from one another. I'm not the only thing I brought up the eating out thing, right? Is to show you that you can deny their objective facts about what you should do and still come to disagreements and resolve the disagreements, right? And that's just a case where you can do that. So if you can do that with morality, right? I'm sorry, if you can do that with going out to eat, then in principle, I don't see why you couldn't do that with things like what should we do about criminals, or how should we treat each other with respect to money? I don't know, right? These you could agree on a set of preferences or have a shared values and then try to resolve them what to do from there, right? And you could
So
have
would you
substantive
say that-
disagreements.
Okay, would you say that comes from our values and duties as people, or it's just an observable fact that we have to go by?
Why not both, right? Like the point is that people have we value living in a society where we don't steal from each other, right? And they're going to be descriptive facts about what the kinds of things that are normally stolen, what happens if you inflict this punishment or that punishment, right? Those will inform us as to how we actualize our values. Those facts will inform us about how to actualize our values. So if we know, for example, that throwing someone in jail prevents people, lowers the rate of stealing or crime, then that might factor into how we actualize the value of preventing crime or preventing stealing.
Okay, so my next question is, right, do you think empiricism is the only way of actually
Hold
come
on,
to...
are we just pivoting?
He might agree. He might agree.
I mean,
you saw my point. That's why you
all
moved
within the
on,
same
right?
circle. No, I actually
No, we can hear
understand
you.
where you understand where you're coming from, right? But again, we observing the truth through empiricism, right? And
No, I'm not an
empiricism
empiricist.
is not the only way.
I'm not. And I and you're not making this mistake just yet, but I want to just clarify for everyone that's listening, right? There's this lie out there that like atheists are all empiricists, or that empiricism implies atheists. One of the most famous empiricists, some of the most famous empiricists in history, right? Like, so take George Berkeley, Locke. These were Christians, right? They were very devout Christians, and they were empiricists, right? So there's like this association between atheism and empiricism. Today, maybe there is some kind of correlation, but empiricism and rationalism and all those views are just completely separate from questions about whether gods exist or not. You know.
But would you agree to me? Would you agree to that idea that is not the only way to come to what's an objective truth?
I'm fine I'm not an empiricist right now. If it turns out to be correct or all knowledge comes from our experience, right? Fine. It doesn't matter to me either way, right? Some people think we have built-in knowledge, built-in instincts, whatever you want to call it. If that turns out to be the case, so be it, right? I mean, it doesn't really have an impact on why I don't believe in God.
So you don't shun the idea of you not seeing something but then believing in it?
Look, there are things that we make conclusions off things that are not from experience, right? Like, I think that you can make mathematical conclusions, right? Some people want to say we get our mathematical concepts from everyday experience. Some people don't say that, right? But what turns on that question?
I mean, Mike. Okay, I'm drawing that idea from the reasoning that you actually believe in something you haven't seen before.
Okay, suppose there are things that I suppose there are things that I know about.
For example,
I'm going to grant the point. No, you don't have to. I'm going to grant you the point. Suppose there are things that I know that that I know that I didn't get from my everyday experience. Let's suppose that. Now, where does that lead us to?
It leads us to the fact that God exists. The fact that we don't see God, it does not mean God does not exist.
Okay, no one has made that argument here, right? That although I think it is relevant to say that we haven't seen God's interventions, that it makes it less likely that God exists. I think I would say that. I think everybody else here would say that too. But we don't argue necessarily that if we haven't seen these sort of miracles or anomalies, that therefore God necessarily doesn't exist. No one's made that argument.
Okay, so you do believe that there's a supreme entity out there.
Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from?
No, I'm just asking. You said you haven't.
No, we're atheists.
Of that. Okay. So, but do you argue that there's something that you believe as an atheist?
Currently, it's something like, if I believe it, then it's possible that I haven't experienced it. I haven't experienced God, therefore, I believe in God. Like, you're assuming the consequence.
No, you haven't.
All sorts of crazy things happening here.
You just made a huge jump. You made a huge jump, right? So we're saying, at least what I want to say, and I think they would say too, is that we haven't seen any divine interventions. We've not seen any miracles, and testimonies of miracles are very, very unreliable. Okay, so we think that is evidence against, the existence of miracles. Okay, so and then lowers the probability of God existing. Okay, so. I don't know what you're trying to reason to exactly. How are you reasoning here?
I'm trying to reason to the fact that you within your life experiences, with your science and data, with your degrees and your diplomas and whatsoever, you still believe in something that you have not seen.
Okay, let's just take a very uncontroversial, the least controversial thing of something that I think exists that I have not seen, okay, is me. I've never seen me. I see my skin, I see my face, but this thing that is me, right, the eye, right, okay, I've never seen that, okay?
I can swear to you, you haven't witnessed the Tasmanian island. Have you ever been to?
Okay, yeah. So there are things that fine. So now, how are you making the jump therefore?
Thank you. So if you haven't been to the Tasmanian island, why do you sit here and say Tasmanian island does not exist? Or
because there are reliable testimonies. So remember that I'm glad I mentioned when I mentioned miracles. We have not seen miracles, and then what did I say after? I said that testimonies of miracles are unreliable, but testimonies that islands exist are pretty reliable.
You haven't seen an island, but you're saying that it's reliable. It's still based on the testimony, right?
Yeah,
I'm saying
reliable testimony.
Right, there are unreliable so when
What?
people like
What?
look here, just listen.
Okay.
There have been testimonies of vampires. Do you think they're vampires? People have said in history, have written it down and written, I saw vampires. Here's where they were. They very specific locations. This grave site. Do you think that's a reliable testimony? Do you believe in vampires
no
now?
problem. No problem. I'll give you a credible testimony that
Of what?
that
Of a
you will say
miracle?
that no, it's not a miracle. That you will say is very reliable, but you can't draw to. I mean, you just shoot yourself to the foot. Have you ever seen? Okay? How do you know your parents are your parents?
Okay, you're not getting the point. The vampire point was to show that you're not. Wait, let me make my point. Okay, fine. Maybe you get it, but for the sake of everybody else, so for the sake of me, right? Maybe you get it, but for the sake of everyone else. The point, the vampire case was that testimonies about vampires and wizards and witches and all that stuff, right? Those testimonies are not reliable. But testimonies about there was a bear in the mountains, those testimonies are tremendously reliable because it coheres, okay? So it's not that I'm saying all testimonies are unreliable. I'm saying depending on the kind of category of testimony, we have information about the nature of that testimony to suggest that whether we should actually accept it as evidence or not. That's the claim. That's the point I'm making.
So would you accept your aunties and your family relatives telling you?
Yes, testimonies about ancestry are very reliable.
Okay.
At least sufficient. At least going back a few generations.
No problem. Even though you don't know for a fact that your parents are your parents, right?
What do you mean know for a fact? People could be lying to me. There could be some weird conspiracy.
Of course,
what do you mean no for?
There could be a baby swap. There could be a baby swap.
Yep.
But what does that matter? Like, look, a lot of people, and it looks like you as well. A lot of people want to say that, oh, well, if I know that that I'm going to make up her name, that Mary Williams is I made up this name, that Mary Williams is my mother, right? It doesn't matter that it's possible, that's to say it's logically possible or physically possible that she's not my mother. That will have no impact to undermining the claim that I know she's my mother, okay?
No problem.
So you can't just do, oh, well, could you be wrong? Okay, now you don't know. You can't make that move.
I mean, all I'm saying is our senses sometimes can lead us to the false narrative. All I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right? Because you and I haven't gone out there. You and I haven't gone out there to make a ton of research on particular things. For example, the number of species that exist in the world. You and I haven't gone out there to collect enough samples to draw a conclusion that certain species are so and so, and these are how they are, right? For example, I'm giving you another analogy. Why do you think most people in the world believe in a supreme being?
I think there's actually work done. There's a guy named Justin Barrett, Dr. Justin Barrett, who's done work on the psychology of religion.
Yeah, Justin Barrett.
And he has a paper, or he has a book, and it's actually pretty good until the end. The end, he butchers everything. But the end is not really anything. He has his degrees in psychology, but he starts making claims about religion in the end. But what he shows, and I know this might sound very unintuitive to my fellow atheists, but I think it's actually quite natural for the human psyche to believe in things like spirits, afterlives, gods, wizards, and magic, right? We are naturally disposed to believing those things. It's very natural to us. Now, he presents all this data for that, right?
Is it true, though? Is it true?
No, that's the thing, is that we have a kind of predisposition to believe in supernatural things.
Not true? Hold on. So something natural is not true?
What is going on?
Is that what you're saying? No.
What I'm saying, you asked me. Wait. Let's start over. You asked me, why do people believe in this kind of stuff, supernatural beings and superhuman? Okay, and I'm saying that psychologists have showed, I think, pretty well, that human beings have a natural tendency to believe in magical, supernatural entities like spirits, ghosts, gods, mythical creatures. We have a natural disposition to believing those things, and they have this whole argument and data to show that, and it convinced me, right? So now there are cases, like for instance, people that live in the city are actually less predisposed to believing in supernatural things, because when they look at buildings, right, they have background information that humans built that, but actually people that live in around a lot of nature, wilderness, right, are more disposed to believing in supernatural things, right? So you can the environment has a big impact on in terms of how that predisposition manifests, right? So there's a psychology of religious belief here that is very interesting, but it has no impact, right, on whether actually gods exist. Because if it turns out that we're naturally predisposed to believing in gods, it does not mean that there are any. It just means we're naturally predisposed to it.
Okay, why not go into the realms of empiricism? The reason why majority of the people in the world believe a certain kind of way or believe in a supernatural being means that that supernatural being does exist. Why wouldn't you come to that conclusion? That
because
the fact that
then
majority
you'd be a
of
polytheist.
these species, the
Are you a
majority of
polytheist?
this sample is acting in a certain way, that
Are you a
means
polytheist,
that
Seth?
way is true. Just like you
Are you
draw
paying
a
attention
conclusion
at all, or
on
you
a
just gonna yap
No,
endlessly?
he's not.
Are you a polytheist?
not.
Because most of the people in the world were polytheists.
They said that most people in the world are. I'm saying most people in the world believe in a supernatural being. That's what I'm saying.
But they believe in a polytheistic world system, not
I'm
God
saying
system.
a supernatural being. If it's a polytheist,
yeah,
at least
I know, but I'm
they
saying
still
it's
consider-
saying it's thousands of gods.
Yeah, I mean, still they believe in a God.
Yeah, but is there one or is there many?
No, that has nothing to do with it. They believe
It does.
in a
So what
supernatural
I'm
being.
demonstrating is that arguments from a lot of people believe is meaningless. It doesn't do anything. You don't believe
Sas,
the
can you-
argument, and neither do we.
Sass, can you summarize what Danny said?
No, he can't.
No, of course I can. Because he's saying that some
Go
people
ahead.
are polytheists amongst others that
No,
believe in
that's Justin, not Danny.
one God.
Danny's
Sorry, I'm Danny. I'm Danny.
Danny's the one that's down here. Can you summarize what Danny said?
Oh, Danny. No. I mean, I understand where Danny's from. I cannot go back to summarize whatever that he's talking about. You get me?
Can you,
But he understands
in
where I'm
one or
coming
two
from.
sentences, can you
And then-
explain what he was saying?
No, we don't have to do that, Doctor.
Okay, you weren't paying attention. I'll summarize it briefly for you. I will summarize it briefly for you. There are good reasons to expect that people, regardless of whether or not supernatural beings exist, there are good reasons to expect that some people, perhaps even the majority of people, would believe in supernatural things. The belief in the supernatural and the existence of the supernatural are two distinct concepts.
Right. So you remember you asked me the question, why do people believe in gods or supernatural super beings or whatever? And I think that is an empirical question because it's true. Atheists are a minority, and that is very interesting as to why we're why we are a minority.
And
right?
according to peer review, you continue to be a minority. According to peer review.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
even God will continue to
Most
grow
people
and
are
grow
not
and grow.
atheists. Most people are not atheists.
Okay,
Most humans
why
are
is it that-
amenable.
Why is it that with the
already been
advent of
explained to
science,
you.
technology, with the advent of science, technology, still people do not want to go or tilt your way and still going to go with the idea of the belief of supernatural being? Why?
Actually,
what is your point?
Most
I don't
people in
get
the
your point.
sciences do tilt our way.
That's true. Especially the most elite scientists.
Okay. No problem. Nice having a conversation. All I'm saying is, if we are observing a species, if you are observing a group of species and they act a certain way, we draw a reliable conclusion that this is how they act, right? And therefore, majority of human species act in a certain way, act in a way of believing in a supernatural being, and therefore that supernatural being should exist. Based on
Where the
based on
jump is
scientific-
crazy. Jump is crazy.
based on
Why
the
should
scientific method.
look, if there are psychological, if you can explain, well, you don't even have to, I don't even need to explain that, right? But it certainly doesn't follow that if the majority believes something, that therefore it's true, right? We don't want to make that kind of inference. We don't want to reason that way, right? But I think it is psychologically, sociologically interesting as to why many people believe in things like spirits, ghosts, and gods, right? That and other mythical creatures. That is an interesting question about why people believe that, right? But to me, the psychology of religion. What?
Do you know why?
Well, I gave you the city example, right? So when we look at human beings in the city, where all they see around them is skyscrapers and things we've built, right? They're less disposed to believing in gods, all right? But when you take people that live around nature, let's say out in the country, right? They're more disposed to believing in gods. That's interesting. Why? Well, when you're in the city and you look everything around you, you know what created everything. right? You don't have to say, oh, why is that skyscraper there? Oh, it might be the spirit, the skyscraper spirit, right? No one does that, okay? But oh, why are these berries poisonous, right? Or why are there's this many trees? Oh, it's the nature's it's Mother Nature, right?
Danny,
Like, I mean,
Danny, at least they get to see the skyscrapers, right?
Oh my
This
God.
is an entity that
He's
they
not
don't
tracking.
get to see. No, I was a doctor. Doctor, don't do that. Don't do that. At least they get to see a skyscraper.
Look, I'm a scientist.
This
we make
is an
observations about the world around us. I was just making an observation.
Okay, don't you believe in science anymore? Don't you
Yes,
believe in
you
science,
know me,
doctor?
famous scientist, believer of
Okay, if you
scientism.
believe in science and then you draw a conclusion on a
News.
on
Dr.
a
Uncle
group of
Blinks
sample of species
deconverts
and
from
how they react,
science.
why wouldn't you draw a conclusion on human behaviors and say,
We
since
do draw a
humans
conclusion.
believe,
We make an
okay, so
observation
draw a conclusion that
hold on.
therefore, if
Sass,
humans
Sass,
believe that
Sass,
a supernatural
Sass,
being
zip
exists,
it.
means
Sass,
that
Sass,
being.
Sass. You're done. Hold on. Okay. We observe in the world around us that many humans, in fact, most humans, believe in the supernatural. Therefore, the conclusion that we come to is that most humans believe in the supernatural. We don't therefore conclude that the supernatural exists.
And why so? Why wouldn't you say
Because
that supernatural
the
exists?
belief in a thing and the thing existing itself are distinct concepts.
Yeah, look, most
They're
people
not
at some
intrinsically tied
point,
to
and
each
I could be
other.
corrected on this, at some point most people believe the earth was flat, right? I think that
prior to around 2,500 years ago.
Now, Sass, if you were around that time, you'd be the one to say, look, most people believe the earth is flat, so the earth is flat. That would be you.
I wouldn't draw that conclusion. I'll wait for, another years and the years before, and let's
What
take
you
it
talking about?
a time
think he's a
frame
flat
of
earther.
maybe 1,000 years.
Wait, Sass, are you a flat
people
earther?
still continue to believe in that same thing, it
Wait,
means
Sass,
that
are
thing
you
is
a
true.
flat earther?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Look, so
I think-
for basically the majority of human history, humans have thought that the earth is flat.
Now, Sass, if you were a human during that period of time, that relevant period of time, you'd be
Yeah.
the human
I
that
mean, it's
says,
okay
oh,
to
look,
believe that.
everyone believes it's flat,
That's
so it's
fine.
flat.
That's fine. Yeah, it's not
That's
far-fetched.
And you'd be wrong.
You'd be,
Yeah, that's
you'd
fine.
be wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Until the
And so
scriptures came about.
when the first heliocentrist comes up and gives you data for why it's not likely that I'm sorry, I'm confusing geocentric. When the first what do you call people that believe the Earth is globe? A glober, right? It kind of reminds me of the. It kind of reminds me when the younger creationists call it people that believe in evolution evolutionist, when that's not a term at all. That's why I went with the geocentrism with the heliocentrism. But yeah, when the first person that thought the Earth was round came and gave you data or thought that the Earth wasn't flat, you'd be like, well, most people. You just say most people are flat. Like, sorry, most people believe the Earth is flat, and you just give up there and ignore them. Is that what you would do?
Yeah, until they bring to me or they provide me a concrete evidence as to why the Earth is round.
Right. So if we have good reasons to think that there are no gods, right, then you understand why you pointing out that most people believe in gods does nothing.
Give me one reason why do you believe that there are no gods. One reason.
Well, I think that it's a more complicated ontology, right? Look, so there's a bad track record with supernatural causes.
Is it a complicated ontology to you or to most people?
Complicated as in, not complicated as in like, quantum physics is complicated. I didn't mean it that way. I meant it like you're adding more to reality than you need to. Right, so the stuff that we want to explain can be adequately explained in terms of non-divine causes, things like naturalistic causes. Right, so I don't, and I mean, I could go more into that, but that's put simply, right? In other words, there's no explanatory need for God, right?
There's no explanatory need for God?
Right, yeah, maybe I misworded that. There's no reason to invoke God as an explanation.
So, okay, are you saying that based on empirical evidence?
For the data that I want to explain, so human interactions, plate tectonics, the universe, right?
You and I know that. Listen, God is transcendent over empiricism.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, sure, whatever. The point is that for anything that you and I agree on, for all the data that you and I agree exists or is true, right? I'm saying that it can be adequately explained in terms of a non-divine cause,
You say you're not empiricist, but you everything about you speaks or shouts empiricism.
No, I never said that all of our knowledge is derivative of experience. That's something different.
Okay. So do you believe that we can get truth besides empiricism?
Oh my
I'm
God,
open to
and
the
we
idea.
do.
I don't really care either way.
Okay, so then go to religion then. Read the Quran. You
The
find truth
Quran's
over
not true. Why would we read that piece of trash?
No, don't disrespect my religion. Yeah, I'm out.
It's just patently false. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
where'd he go?
He cried and left. Okay, well,
Shame.
never mind then. Well,
I mean, to be fair, it was looping. He looped back to the empiricism.
He really didn't want to talk about the Quran. He just wanted us to read it. He didn't want to talk about it though. Just read it. All right. Well, let's get some. We're gonna grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. I think next in line was Mark John, and then after that is Cosmic Tane. Skeetser says, "Okay, explain how the Egyptian boats and those in the Andes had the same design." But you mean?
Well, I'm just gonna speculate here. I don't know about
they
this.
cut
I
through the
imagine
water?
They probably don't have the same design. But yeah, like there is a good way to design a boat.
Yeah.
Like
you,
what?
You don't do a big old square.
It's like saying explain how the
Aerodynamics.
wheels. It's like asking me to explain how the wheels in Mesopotamia and the wheels in China are the same shape. Like, there's a good way to build a wheel.
Yeah, they don't work
Put a
otherwise.
hole through the middle of a round thing.
Yeah. Boats all over the world are roughly the same. That's nonsense. Also, this might be a follow-up from Empiricist. Says, were they Egyptian before and after the flood too? Well, yeah, we've got the records.
I mean, like we have Egyptian records going back more than 5,000 years.
Yeah. Kane, good to see you. If my neighbor randomly got struck by a fireball, it's either God or America. Good times. Yeah, I mean, the space lasers too. So keep in mind, there's some options. And Skeets are coming in again. I guess Skeets just going to comment debate today. Madness when it proves that the earth is round and explains why we worship God, weapons, and jewels. No idea what he's talking about.
I don't understand it either. But it doesn't say gold, not God.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, worship gold. No one has any idea what you're talking about. You might as well just request up at this point. With a follow-up, though, it says the Bible is not the only source. Of course, the tablets of Sumer, which I guarantee you haven't read, are also great to read. I've read them, and the works of the Indus Valley Euro hubris tries to make this foolish. No one knows what you're talking about, Skeet. I would be interested to know what text you're actually referring to. My guess is you haven't read any. But here's another one that's just going to keep on going. This is just the dream. We cannot even live in the oceans. When we see a universe that most can't comprehend in size, this is just an unconscious stream.
We can, by the way, live in the ocean.
He's still going. You want a miracle? I suffered from adenoids and asthma as a child. One day I asked God to make me good in track, and I became so good I met Nelson Mandela as a result. I feel like this is turning into troll territory. He's still going. Europeans have no argument when it comes to nature. They tried to destroy it. Does he think we're from Europe? Well, anyway, it's still going. Ridiculous argument. There are more churches and cities than rule even today. Again, not on topic.
Well, there's also more people in cities.
He's still going. It seems he's just trying to equate atheism to urban living.
No. I want to clarify that. I'm talking about the predisposition. You're less predisposed when you're around things that you can explain quite easily in terms of human intention. But then when things are not explained in terms of human intention, right? Now that psychological predisposition to believe in gods kind of kicks in, and you might attribute a divine cause or supernatural cause to the things that you don't know. Well, it's not human. It might be another being.
Now, is this borne out in like the rates of atheism in cities? Is that how this conclusion was arrived at?
So I got that from a book, and I would have to pull up the studies that they appealed to. But I think from last time I looked, I think that rural areas are more religious than cities in general.
I mean that's not so. I mean, I wonder if there's a confounding factor there that cities also tend to be more liberal, tend to be more,
Mm-hmm.
I want to say progressive, but not in the political sense, just like more forward-looking rather than kind of maintaining.
Yeah, and there's like the United States. I
driven.
don't know. The claim was kind of very general. So there's like the United. Yeah. So there's like I would want to look at this precise data around the world at different times as well. But that's what I read anyway, and he's legitimately credentialed. So I mean,
it seems plausible.
Yeah.
Well, Skeet's about to cook us with the last super chat. It says every other heavenly body is round. What else could Earth be? The moon is much smaller than the Earth. I don't know what the moon has to do with this, but
You got me. The Earth is a globe. You convinced me.
Nailed it. Pat, good to see you, friend. Says, y'all sure God isn't real? The power of the Holy Ghost is some good shit. I'm just saying, Danny could definitely use a hit of the holy smoke. Danny's cooking, but we don't want him smoking just yet. We got to get closer to the end of the stream. Joe White, thank you for the super chat. Says, we who know the Earth is round are total... Ooh, Ballers is good. I like that one. I might adopt that one. This will be the last super chat for now. We're going to get our guest in here. Actually, our guest that was going to bring in John Mark left, so we'll grab somebody else after that. Toast Night, thank you for the super chat. Says, can't ask them if they're flat earthers anymore. They just lie. They only admit to being globe skeptics. Rock hard for Doug. Gay for Justin. Well, thank you, Toaster Night. Or Toast Night. Yeah, they're starting to try to be agnostic about the shape of the Earth so that it doesn't become like a real thing. But what are you gonna do? So Cosmic Teen was next in line. Let's get Cosmic in here. Somebody's mic just got really loud. I hear background noise now. I think it's Danny's. Oh, there you go. It was really weird.
We both muted at the same time. We muted.
Oh.
So I'll mute mine right now.
Okay.
It's good now.
Oh.
All right. Let me grab. I believe this name is supposed to be some form of Constantine. Is that correct?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah. How you doing?
Howdy.
Hi. Sorry. I just want to make sure this is the right thing. So you guys are saying like God isn't real, right?
Yep.
That's
Okay,
the
so
idea. Yeah.
Okay, so I totally agree on like God could not be real and whatnot. Also, sorry to if I'm going off track. Let me know.
Wait. Are you an atheist then?
I do. Not entirely. So I wanted to explain.
All right. Take your medication, my friend, and come back when you're ready to calm down and have the discussion. All right. We're gonna get Dave in here and keep on rolling. Dave, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Dave, what God do you believe in?
I'm a Hindu.
Awesome.
Cool.
What'd be good reason to believe in God?
So I had a hypothesis. So I never really used to have dreams until I got onto psychiatric meds. I never used to have dreams. But once I got onto psychiatric meds, I have been getting dreams every night. I get different kinds of dreams. So my question was specifically to Dr. Blitz that assuming that in a day I got 10 different stimulations. It can be a tree, it can be a building, it can be a girl, it can be a car. But the dream that I get is very specific. So there is a mechanism that is choosing out of those 10 stimulations. And I would say that is my soul. What would be your thoughts on that, Dr. Blitz?
Why couldn't we just explain this with the brain?
So that's the point, right? Before psychiatric meds, I rarely had dreams. After psychiatric meds, I get dreams every day. But
yeah, so it seems like this is well explained by the brain.
So, how is it specific? How is it that I'm not interested in the building, but the dream that I got was about the building, even though I saw a car.
If you're asking why you dream what you dream, I mean, it seems like neither of us have an explanation. I would just say it's the brain, and you would say it's the soul.
Right. So there is a choosing mechanism, right? Would you say there is a meta layer?
There is some mechanism. Whether that mechanism is the brain or the soul, neither of us have an explanation of what that mechanism is.
But we'd add that Blitz's explanation is simpler because you still need the brain on your account.
That's true.
So we can talk about it like a meta layer, right? That we have the base layer, and then on top of that we have a meta layer that selects from the base layer based on the stimulations that it received.
I don't know what you're
Would you-
referring to. All I'm saying is, like, look, like, I don't know. I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know why the brain makes you dream about what you dream about. You don't know why the soul makes you dream about what you dream about. The point is we both have, the kind of a vague mechanism that just is associated with some object. And it seems like neither of us have a better explanation than the other. But my explanation doesn't require a soul, and your explanation does require a brain.
Right. So the reason why my explanation requires a soul is because when I dream, I'm extremely emotionally connected to it.
Okay.
I have no idea what this has
So-
to do with God. Can you like point us why this is related to God?
Yeah, so like soul is something which soul or spirit or whatever you want to call it, that is something which you guys don't believe in, right?
Right,
But
yeah.
I believe that inside of me there is a soul which is receiving stimulations, and then whatever that soul finds
Why would we believe that?
because the stimulations are many, but the choice is only one.
Okay, but why
And
can't there
I'm
be a
not
brain?
making that
Why can't there
choice
be a brain
consciously.
mechanism that chooses it?
Right. Yeah, that could be a brain mechanism, but that brain mechanism is being driven by a soul because
Why do you
out
think
of the
so?
samples, because out of the sample set, it's only choosing something. It's only choosing one thing. It's not choosing
Yeah, and
all
there could
the
be a
things.
mechanism in the brain that does that choosing.
Okay, so that brings me to the second point, which I wanted to share with you guys. Almost when I was in US, I stayed in the US for some time, so I used to meditate a lot. And when I meditated, you can look this up, Dr. Bleds, on Google. There is something called interhemispheric fissure in our brain, which is an opening in our brain, and there's a hologram that is being projected in that interhemispheric fissure. Would you agree to that?
No. What the fuck?
Yes.
There's a hologram?
Yes. When the
All right,
neurons
you gotta cite your sources there, bud.
So I'm sorry. I'm just like, this is my personal experience. I just used to meditate.
How do you
like
personally
10 hours
experience
a-
a hologram in your
Let
brain?
me explain.
Please.
I used to meditate like 6-7 hours a day. So, and it's like explaining the hard drive of a computer, right? That when the neurons fire, they form a hologram in between, and the place that they form the hologram is the technical term, the biological term for it is interhemispheric fissure. You can
Okay,
look it
what's
up
the
in Google.
source? What's the source for the claim that there's a hologram in the what was it?
Interhemispheric fissure.
Interhemispheric fissure. What's the source for this claim? That there's a hologram there?
So yeah, so when I meditated, my brain and my mind were able to give me a perception of what is actually going on in the hard drive.
But what does that have to do with the hologram?
So hologram is the picture. Hologram so once the
Why do you
neurons
think that there's
fire-
actually a hologram?
Because I literally saw it when I was meditating, and when I
Okay,
was like
so
45.
I'm just gonna chalk this up to, you said that you were taking medications?
No. So the hologram was before the medications.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Right. So hologram was way before the meditation. It was like in 2019. I discovered that in 2019. That I used to meditate like 6-7 hours a day. And once my brain used to be silent and I used to meditate for like, let's say 45-50 minutes at a stretch, initially I didn't see it, but then eventually when I kept on practicing it, I could literally see that there is a picture forming, which is like a hologram, and there are blood nerves which are being carried on top of the head, and there's a split on top of the head. So the hologram is in that split, which gives you the picture, and then the blood gives you
Okay,
the
but
emotion.
this seems like it was a hallucination. Like, if we're being real,
No,
this seems like it's not real.
But But how can it be not real when it was my perception of
People
like, and I
perceive
was
things
not
that are not
high.
real all the time.
That's
I was
your
not on any
imagination,
drugs. I was
Dave.
completely
Dave,
sober.
I suspect that this is the reason why they put you on the meds. Is that, and I'm not convinced that you're taking them today either, and I'm not trying to insult you, but this is
Yeah.
really weird. All of this is really weird, and none of this gets you to a God.
So all my claim is that if you go out and if you
Sorry, guys, I dropped him. I actually don't. I don't think he's. I'm not convinced he's well. I'm not sure we should continue
That's
that
fair.
one. He already admitted to having to take medication. I'm skeptical that he's having the same experience that we're having. But let's get our next guest in. I think it's going to be. Is Reverend Glitterlock? I thought Reverend Glitterlock was an atheist, but they were next in line. After that is, well, let me grab the Creator is Real because they were here too, and we'll get Glitter after that. Welcome in. The Creator is Real. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I am.
Sure.
I'm over 18.
And do you believe in God?
I believe in a creator, not a god.
What's the
but
difference?
I do believe God is real. Sorry?
What's the difference?
A creator is someone or something that can bring something into existence. God is a deity, but it's what you get when you try to define the creator.
So I'm a creator on that definition?
Me too.
You're a creator when a rock is formed. If you use the word form, means to bring parts to combine to create something. So if things form things, they're also creators. So a volcano.
Did you come up here to think? Did you come up here thinking that we disagree that there are like causes in the world that bring things about?
Does this reality have a creator? If everything you observe has a creator?
Well, if the reality can't have a creator, because then it would be outside of reality, and that
so it wouldn't be real.
Yeah, you know what's outside of time?
Definitionally speaking, there's nothing outside.
When you say
of time.
reality, you mean the universe?
Yeah, everything you observe. Yeah.
Okay, so you mean the observable reality? Then,
like you probably think a Big Bang created that, right?
No, well, I don't
say that.
No, I don't believe that either.
What do you believe created the reality then?
I don't think it was created.
I don't think it was created either.
Can you name a thing without a creator?
Yeah.
The electron field?
Mm-hmm.
As far as we can tell, that thing doesn't have a creator.
Well, just because you don't know what created doesn't mean it doesn't have a creator.
Just because you don't know that it's not created doesn't mean it has a creator.
I know everything that I've observed has had a creator.
The rock in my backyard doesn't have a creator.
And the electromagnetic field, which you literally observe.
A volcano created that rock.
No, it didn't. It's sandstone.
So what created the electromagnetic field?
Same with sand. Rotting rock creates sand.
What created the electromagnetic field?
You tell me.
Well, nothing.
It's fundamental.
Then how does it exist?
Fundamental.
Eternally?
That's the very definition of creator. Is to
No.
bring something into existence. So if this thing exists, it had a creator.
The electron field doesn't. The electron field doesn't.
I'm talking
create.
about the electromagnetic field specifically because that's something
you're-
you can
you're-
see
you're-
quite literally.
Energy doesn't have a creator.
Yeah, that's why it's eternal.
Yeah, that's.
You just stumbled into
I
the
don't grant
quantum
that, by the way,
eternity
but
theorem.
fine.
That's why our sun creates light energy, right? And solar panels.
Well, okay,
debunk you.
well, guy.
debunk
What do we
what?
disagree about? What do we disagree about?
You guys don't believe this reality has a creator. I do believe this reality has a creator.
So you're
Not a
trying to
God,
show that
a
there's
creator.
a first. You're trying to show that there's a cause to the universe. Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm not showing that everything you observe has a cause. If you actually think about it and look at it and observe, there's not a
Definitely,
thing you
none of us have
observed
thought
that
about
does-
it. You're right. You got us.
Does God have a
There's
cause?
nothing you have observed. There's no. Yeah, men create gods in their minds and in books.
No,
He's an
Another thing with
atheist.
the
I think he's an
creator.
atheist. He's just
Sounds like
being
an
weird
atheist.
about what term
I'm-
creator.
I'm a truthful atheist. I don't deny.
So you
that
don't
this
believe in
reality
God
doesn't have a
then?
creator.
Wait, you just said you're a truthful atheist? What the fuck does that even mean?
Well, yeah, in the minds of men, God exists. In
Is
books,
the
God exists.
is the
That
creator
that
a
is
sentient
true.
entity?
It's a thing.
Does it think?
It's possible. I don't know. I don't have the mind of the creator.
Then how do you know that
The
it's
creator
a
has
creator?
a mind, though.
Sorry.
Does it have a mind?
Sounds like you're saying the creator has a mind.
All
Does-
three of you guys.
does
keep
it make-
talking at the same
does it
time,
make
making this
decisions?
conversation a little. Well, it created the reality, so that had to have been a decision, right?
Okay,
Things
so
exist.
that means it can think, which is what I asked you, right?
I don't know if it thinks or not. Does a volcano
Granted.
think when it creates land?
So you're an atheist. You don't
I don't know what a
you don't
volcano
believe in an
thinks.
actual God. I'm just gonna move on. This is pathetic.
Yeah. He's just
Okay.
playing with words. You're just playing with words.
Yeah. All right. I gotta write some notes. Actually, a dumb atheist. Okay. Move on. Hey, Simeon Church, good to see your friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I have asthma. As you age, your windpipes naturally grow larger, so the symptoms appear to go into remission. It's lifelong, buddy. God didn't cure you. True. In fact, my twin brother had asthma, and he actually, through a lot of exercise, and we might even say forms of therapy, was able to overcome it as well. While he
You know
was,
what I'm mad about it?
mhm.
I might have celiac, like
Oh,
to
fuck.
be determined. But like, if there is a God, he's an asshole because I love bread.
I have the gene that can develop that or whatever or something.
Oh well, good luck. Hopefully you don't. I mean, it's not definitive, but like this is a recent development.
Yeah. Well, let us know. Good luck with that. That's going to be a bumpy road.
I love bread.
I mean, you're gonna have to the Passover. You're gonna have to forego matzah.
Oh no! Whatever will I do?
It's so flavorful. Skeetstar again says the Book of Enoch talks about weapons, gold, and jewels. Yeah, I know. No one cares. It's a book of fiction, bud. Eat some shorts says W Christian Rage chat. Yeah, we're actually down with that. I like seeing some Christian Rage chats. Kurt says, Dr. Blitz, my back has really been bothering me. Please help. I did change his name. Dr. Blitz is not a medical doctor. That is important. Our friend Ems is a medical doctor. It's
true.
important that we get the right doctor for the right problem. But let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4. We had some more people in queue and they dropped, which means our TikTok queue is now empty. So if you wanted to get up on TikTok, it's a great time to do it. And we've got one more guest in the YouTube queue, so we're going to grab them real quick. And after this guest, it'd be a great time to get into the YouTube queue. Welcome in 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey guys, how you doing?
How's it going?
Going all right. Pretty cold morning.
Sure. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm a little too much over 18, and I do believe in God.
Sure. Which God?
Well, I suppose if we're gonna ask why I believe in God or what are my arguments for belief in
No, I said which God.
Oh, excuse me. The Christian God. I am Christian.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I would ask you, what would be a good reason to believe in the God?
Good reason for me personally. Anecdotes aside, because that wouldn't be too reliable just yet. Maybe the first one would be the teleological argument or the design argument.
Okay. Which kind do you have in mind?
Excuse me. Basically, the idea of a designer. That if we look at the universe, there are signs of design everywhere. And if there's signs of design everywhere, there must be a designer.
What's the sign of design?
Well, the most obvious one, maybe I would say, is life. And then we can go further into existence itself. Well, life is
life. Why would we think that life itself is a sign of design?
Well, what's the alternative? That
it's not designed, it's just naturally produced.
Right. So that's deterministic materialism, right?
It could be.
It doesn't have to be.
It's compatible with determinism. I'm fine to say there's some indeterminacy there. It doesn't matter to me.
The alternative to me seems like it has to be random, and there just doesn't seem to be anything random about life.
I don't, and it's not just you that makes this sort of points. It's like everyone thinks that randomness is like a thing that could only exist on an atheistic view. Could God have created things randomly?
Oh, is that an actual question? He could have used randomness potentially.
Okay, well that's great. So the randomness, you could have God and there be randomness. You could have not God and there be randomness. So the randomness could be that. I don't know what specific data you have in mind to say that atheists are committed to randomness, but it can exist on either view.
Well, I'm not saying that randomness really explains anything. What my point is, the design argument, which is there has to be a designer if things look like they're designed. Like you wouldn't go out.
But why does that follow?
Well,
lots of things look designed. Like you can go. There's a mineral called pyrite, and you can go find it in caves, and it looks like it's like perfect cubes. Like it's actually remarkable, like how sharp and how perfect these 90-degree angles are, and like the cube structures. But like, and so if I saw such a thing, like just like taken out of a cave and used as a desk weight, I would assume it was like made in a factory as like a fancy desk weight. But no, it formed naturally, and we know the exact mechanism by which it formed naturally. So
but that's
just because it
cube
looks
out of how
designed
many
doesn't
things?
mean that it is designed.
Yeah, but if you found an iPhone out in the nature or whatever, you're not going to assume that nature formed it.
Well, I agree, but I want to know why you think that.
Okay, so let's say this. It'd be easy for me to say that because I know what an iPhone is and I know how it came about, right?
Right, you know the background information,
Yes.
right? The relevant
But-
background information there. Again,
Right,
that's key, right? Because
that is key, yeah. But
All right,
there's two
because we're not
things
going to
here.
have that kind of background information for cells or amoebas, right?
Yeah, but
we
how
don't
do we
have
come to
any
that
background
conclusion?
information that people make amoebas.
Yeah, but how do we come to the conclusion that we have now?
About amoebas?
No, yeah, about all of it is observation.
It just depends. Look, the thing is that when you look at an object, right, and you have background information of a designer, like a human or even an animal that produces that thing, then you're going to infer design. But if you have zero background information about, the
Well, how
sorts
do we
of
come to the knowledge that we have now about anything? We had to
about anything, it's too broad of a question. You need to narrow it down.
Okay, let's say like we discover the first living cells, right?
Okay,
Prokaryotic
first
cells.
cells. All right.
Okay, we don't know what cells are. We don't know anything about that. We don't know the organelles and how they function and what their purpose is, whatever. But we observed them, and we were to derive a lot of information out of them by studying what it is, right? In the same way, when we were all cavemen or whatever, back in the day, Neanderthals, what have you, we didn't have any knowledge. We didn't have any prior knowledge, but we were able to discover. So it's the same thing. When we discover nature, we didn't have any background information about it, but once we studied it, we had more knowledge. So it's the same thing. Like if
we gain knowledge by studying things. Sure.
Yeah. So this is what I was about to propose. If somebody didn't know what an iPhone was and they just happened to find it, right?
Mhm.
And let's say they're not dumb, they have high enough intelligence. Do you think that they would not look at this and assume that someone designed it?
So
think they would assume
you would have to wipe a lot.
iPhone?
There's that.
Let's say a
But
car
look,
or whatever, right?
if someone had zero background information about what a sticky note is or an iPhone is, right?
Yeah.
Then the best they could do, right, is either remain agnostic, or if there are still features of iPhones, right, that cavemen can look at and be like, oh, well, this is, this particular feature, I don't know what the technology of cavemen, but suppose they're arrowheads and they're pointing things that they make, right? This is pointing, right? So this is exactly how I would make it, right? Like if it conformed, if they saw a particular function or part of the iPhone that they've produced, then they might think that raises the probability that it was designed. But yeah, if they didn't have that, then they really have no right to look at an iPhone and say it's designed if they have zero information about
That's not true at all. It's inference, right? So.
But why would they infer?
Why not? It's not like they
That's
haven't.
not an answer.
It's just an object, right? You can look at any object which is artificial, and deduce that it is created. So like.
This seems like you're just assuming the thing that you want to be true.
In what way?
Like, look, suppose that like you were wandering around the forest and you found like a phlebas. Would you assume the phlebas was designed?
Sorry, a what?
A phlebas.
What is that? What is a phlebas?
Oh, you don't know what a phlebas is? Oh, so
No.
can you tell me if it's designed or not?
I'd have to look at the thing. Tell me what.
Yeah, okay, so it's made out of metal, but also there's some non-metal bits.
What kind of non-metal?
You can't identify it.
Does it look like it has a purpose? So, like, let's say
You
if
can't
it was
tell.
made. I can't.
You don't know.
tell. Why
You've
not?
never seen one.
Well,
Okay, does it-
because it's completely foreign to you.
Oh, it's completely foreign, sure, but is there like a handle? What can I do with? How does it interact
Nope.
with me? How do I?
You
interact
don't.
with it?
You don't even. You couldn't even put a name to the shape that it's in.
I couldn't put a name to the shape that it's in,
Mhm.
but we're able to identify it as something called a phlebas.
Well, yeah, I'm
What-
telling
what is
you
the
that it's a
exact definition
phlebas.
of yeah, but what's the exact definition of a phlebas?
It's the thing that you're looking at.
But that doesn't make any sense. This is a proposition.
What do you mean? It's just
or-
a phlebas. Now tell me, is it designed?
but I don't have interaction with the object.
You're
point is
right.
that-
That's exactly the point. You can't come to a conclusion because you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, but I can't interact with it in order to derive information out of it.
Wait until he learns
it's
about the
heavy.
flambus.
It's about the size of a loaf of bread.
Okay. And it's just metal and non-metal?
There's some metal bits, some non-metal bits, in a shape that you can't put a name to.
Okay, so it's an irregular shape.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I test it? Can
Uh,
I see if it conducts electricity? Can I see
Sure.
if I can shape
Yeah,
it?
it conducts electricity on the metal bits, and it doesn't on the non-metal bits.
Sure. Okay. So then I would just call it just metal and non-metal. What is
Okay.
What's the
Yeah, so is
definition
it
of physics
designed?
exactly? Then we would go straight into the cosmological.
No,
definition.
no,
So,
no.
like,
We're pivoting. We're pivoting.
Okay. Let me take a
So
step
is the
back.
phlebas designed?
I don't know. I don't have enough information yet. I haven't.
That's
actually
exactly
had
the point that we're making. If you don't have enough information, then you can't conclude whether a
That's
thing is
not
designed
true.
or not,
That's not
just
true.
based off of looking at it.
No,
What do you mean it's not
I'm
true?
I'm
You
saying
just said
looking
you
at it.
just
I
you
can
just
do more
admitted
than just
that.
look at it. No, hold on. What I'm saying is, if I find an object, because that's the argument that I propose, right? I'm able to do more than just look at it. There's many other ways to derive information from the object, which I'm testing, and yet you're only giving me information in which I cannot test. You said I can only look at it. So
You
that's
can
not
pick it
enough
up and move
information.
it. It's kind of heavy. It's the size of a loaf of bread.
Okay, and then you're saying is it designed? But the problem with this, what you're
Yeah.
proposing, is you can apply this to any matter. Because to me, what the information that you provided is just that's metal, it's non-metal, it's got a regular shape. You can say that about most matter in the universe. So what's the difference?
Yeah,
between
so
sleep
it
and
sounds
matter?
like you need more information about something in order to figure out if it's designed.
Yes, exactly. I agree.
And so if you don't have that information, like
You
for
can derive
example
that
about the universe, how can you say it's designed?
Yeah, and there is a, like with the caveman example and the iPhone example, so the way I see design inferences working is that we already have knowledge about the kind of designers that we know to exist, that we have independent verification for, and their goals and desires and their limitations, right? So, for example, let's say if there was an alien species, right, on another planet that had no legs, no feet, all right?
Ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
Right. They're just like little blobs. Like kind of think of what's it, Star Wars, the Hutts. You know, my Star Wars fans, right? You wouldn't expect there to be shoes, right? Because when we look at shoes, we have a preconceived notion about what they're for, how people use them, why they need to use them, because we're protecting our feet and all this stuff, right? Okay. So when a caveman sees a device, right, they might infer design insofar as that they already know that they're humans. Oh, I see. Maybe this could be used because it has a mirror or whatever, and they could. It doesn't have to necessarily be an iPhone, but the point is that they're going to use their background information of the designers that already exist, their limitations, and all that. Now, when it comes to God, right, what's in question is whether that being exists. What's in question is where we have independent verification for the kinds of goals and desires and limitation that God has, right? And if that's what's in question, then the hypothesis doesn't even get to look at a cell or a flagellum or whatever DNA and to think that is exactly what God wants or needs or accommodates its limitations, right? That none of that gets off the ground, right? Because that's what.
How do you explain the RNA that comes with?
Okay, think about God, right? Does God need RNA to fulfill the naturalistic purpose of it?
Of it, yeah, sure.
No, he doesn't.
Why not?
He's all powerful.
God limits.
Think about think about the Hutts. Do the Hutts need the shoes? No. So if you saw shoes on Tatooine, it'd be a bad inference to think that the Hutts made them for themselves, or it's like a Hutt technology,
they're not
right?
All powerful. You're making the argument that God is all powerful, which is devil advocates for me. But my point is, the Christian God, because like I said, I am a Christian.
You don't believe that Christian God's all powerful?
No, he is, but he chooses to limit his power.
Okay. I never get. I've heard so many people say that. It makes no sense. I don't.
Sure it does.
It's like saying my battery is full, but I chose for it to be half. Like, I don't.
I'm a little perplexed too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. When he limited his power, did he have the ability to unlimit his power?
Yes.
That means he had the ability to do everything then.
What now?
Yeah, he always has the ability to do everything.
So
but
then
at
you can't
certain
limit
moments-
yourself.
Yeah, sure you can.
No, you can't.
Well,
You just
okay,
said you said you can't.
Or let me explain. Let me explain. If I drive a car, am I limiting myself to walk?
Those are two different
I can still walk,
activities.
right?
Or are you limiting
I think there's a
yourself?
way to kind of circumvent all this. The point, take the Huts example. They could make shoes, right? They could make those things. It's just heavily unlikely, given that they don't need them. Huts don't need shoes. It's unlikely that they design them for themselves.
agree.
Okay, in the same way, I'll just use a likelihood thing. Why would God need RNA? It's very unlikely that he
God
does.
doesn't need anything. It was just a choice.
Right. So then why would you think RNA is something that he uses for another end?
Because the story that he's creating, that gets even deeper. But you guys say I'm pivoting, so I'm going to try and not pivot here. There's a point in the Christian ethos and belief. There's a point in which God doesn't need anything, but God wants to create things, right?
Why?
That's like saying the Huts just wanted to create shoes just cuz. And by the way, for those that are not Star Wars illiterate people out there, Huts are big giant worms. They don't have feet. Okay.
So it's like, well, you have an
very
idea,
very
right?
instructive.
So the Christian point is this: God wants to create something. We don't know. We actually don't know why, but love is one of an answer. So He knew you before you were created. Before.
Okay, well, this is like saying, looking at the shoes and say the Huts wanted to create shoes for themselves, but just cuz they actually didn't need them. It's a bad inference.
Do you create a lot of things that you don't need?
No.
That we just want to?
No. I mean, okay, when need and want, the point is that there are things that we, like art is a good example, producing music. Some people do that. They want to do that, and there's no further end or desire that it's accomplishing, right? Then in the Hut example, it's like, it would be weird because shoes, right, are traditionally used as a means to an end. They're not usually an end in themselves, right?
Why do we create art in your agreement that you're going to say? You might say like it's beauty and we enjoy beauty.
Okay, so is what you're saying is that God created RNA because it was beautiful to him or something?
Well, yeah. So in Genesis, for example, he says, let there be light, and he saw that it was good, something like that. He's pleased by it. That's one of the arguments.
Okay, so as far as nature goes, is superfluous.
What do you mean it's superfluous? Nature.
God could have had cells and reproduction and all of that without RNA.
Mhm.
It doesn't it's not naturalistically required.
No, but he designed it. It is required if he created the rules of the
Why is
universe.
Because that's what I'm assuming that you're what I think you're trying to do. I thought is that look at DNA, look at RNA, right? This has a naturalistic utility. And you would expect a designer to come in and you create such a thing that has that. But now you're giving up on that. You're saying, well, it's not that God created RNA so that cells can reproduce or carry genetic information. It's that he just likes the way RNA looks.
No,
That's that's a little bizarre.
That doesn't make any sense. Look, let's say I have an end goal in mind, right? Whatever the end goal is, and he's got an end goal in mind. In order to reach that end goal within the world that I've created, with the laws and rules that I've created, because I'm limiting myself here, because I want to create a thing. Same thing like how.
Wait, why are you limiting yourself to create?
Because if you don't have rules, things don't make sense.
But what does that? But what does that have to do with limiting yourself? Like, if you want to create something, you just create it.
Okay. Does an artist limit themselves when they choose a specific color?
No.
No.
Sure, they are.
No,
they
not.
don't use other colors, and they use, let's say, one shade of color.
You mean if they only use one color?
Yeah, like one color and its shade of colors. Just
That's
like
not
let me say
limiting.
blue, light blue, dark blue. That's it.
Not
They don't use red, they
limiting.
don't use yellow.
They have the ability to use the others. They just chose not to. It's not limiting.
Yeah, but they chose not to. That's my point.
Yeah,
That's
well,
exactly
choosing
what
to
God
do
does.
something is not the same as limiting yourself.
Right.
Limiting yourself means that you can't do the other things.
That's not what I said. I said God.
You said
chooses to do
limiting.
something. Exactly what I said.
But
I
God
said
can't choose to
chooses
do that.
Yes, he can.
No, he can't. Then
Just
he
the same
wouldn't
way
be
as
all
you
powerful.
and I can limit ourselves for all these things.
You're using the word limited wrong.
Why? Why am I using it wrong?
Limited
Well, I
means
don't
you
know
don't
why
have
you're
the
using it wrong.
ability. Limiting your power means you lack the power to do a thing.
Okay, so you're using the word limit in very absolute terms, yes?
I'm using
using
like
it more loosely as
how
well.
it actually
I'll
works
give
in
you
the
that.
English language.
Sure. But let's say I'm using it loosely. So then the more appropriate answer would be what? But I think you understand what I'm saying. So what's the word besides limit that would please you here?
I have no idea what you're saying. That's why I'm pointing out how silly it is.
So,
I mean,
so
but I
let's
gave you
just
examples.
reset, right?
Okay,
Let's,
so hold on. So what happens when an artist only chooses to use blue and shades of blue for their art?
The point is that they could have chosen a different color if they wanted. That's his point.
Yeah, but
It's
just, you're
not called
limiting yourself
limiting.
for this project.
It's called
You're limiting
selection.
yourself for this project.
You're not limiting yourself. You're selecting something.
Okay, what if what if the colors were not available to you? You
Okay,
only had blue.
Well,
then
that's
you're
not
limited,
true.
but not because of your choices. You're limited because of some external
What if
condition.
you put yourself in that situation? It's the same thing like smoking. Like if I'm addicted to smoking, I can't stop. And this actually happened, by the way. A woman punched the cops, so she'd be put in jail so that she would stop smoking.
Yeah, you can. It's coherent for beings like us to, maim ourselves, hurt ourselves, or do things to where we can't. We now have less abilities. We do that. Okay, this doesn't make sense for God to do that if He's omnipotent, right? But
Why not?
While
the idea of hell is that He is not omnipresent because He chooses to limit Himself. He does not exist there.
okay, we could this. I mean, it is the omnipotence paradox is interesting. We could talk about that, but I want to go back to the design stuff, right?
Does an infinite being need finite things?
No.
Okay, so the idea here is that an infinite being creates finite things.
Yeah, and by the way, that's a puzzle in itself. I don't know why God chose to create. It doesn't make any sense for why He needed to create or wanted to create.
He doesn't.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying
create.
Why did he?
Actually, I was trying to figure that out earlier. I'm glad Danny brought this up. Can you tell us why God created? What was the desire for? What did He want?
The only idea that I can give you is from because I'm an artist, so not like visual artist, but I'm a musician. It's the same thing when you have an idea. So if you have a creative idea, an idea is intangible, but you want to make it tangible, you want to make it real, and it's want, not a need. It's a want.
Yeah, but why? Why did He want it? I'm asking why.
Maybe because the thing was beautiful. It was the idea that was so pleasing.
Okay, so He wants
That's how
to
I
see.
see
So He wants to see something pleasing. So is God not perfect? Is he?
doesn't
Is he?
need the
Is
pleasing
He
thing
not
for himself,
already
but what if
fully
he creates-
pleased?
He creates other beings that could revel in that, which is why we have a sense
Yeah,
of beauty. Which is why
I don't
we
think you
revel in
understand what I'm saying. If God needs to do something so that He feels pleasure, that means He lacks something, which means He's not
You
perfect.
keep using the word need, but I keep telling you he doesn't
Wants.
need anything. It's the same thing like I don't need children.
Wants.
Okay.
Wants.
I don't need children, but
I said the word.
want two kids.
Just pay
so that they
attention.
can
I said
enjoy
want.
life.
If God wants something, that means He's lacking something
Why is he lacking something?
because you don't have it.
If you have it, what does it make sense to say that
Would
you
you choose
desire?
to want something? Is it wrong? Or are you just,
This seems
what is it?
confused.
Are you
He doesn't know how any of these words work. This is almost useless.
So what he's asking you is, so God formed the desire to create because of beauty or whatever. Now, why was that desire to create for beauty? Why did that appear? Why did that form?
I mean, can a thing not be beautiful in itself to be deserving of being wanted or to come into fruition? The same thing.
You're gonna have to repeat your question.
So you have an idea. Why is it so wrong to want to create that tangible thing?
I'm not saying it's wrong. The point is that if here's what I'm thinking,
Or
right?
why does
And
it
I
not
think
make
this is what he was saying too. Is that if God's perfect and good and you have everything's great, why would you want change? Why would you change anything? It seems like there's no reason to change.
It's not about change. It's about creating something.
That's a
That
change.
produces a change in the world.
Okay, sure, but is it change when something doesn't exist and then something exists?
Yeah.
also?
Absolutely.
Yep. When there was
There's-
absolutely nothing.
There's two states.
Yeah,
Yep.
Good to go
Fine,
from
I'll
God
grant
to
you
a
that.
God plus creation. That's a change.
I'll grant you that. That's fine.
Okay, so the point is that if God is so perfect, good, and self-satisfied, I don't understand why He would want to change anything. It's like saying, "Oh, my
I mean, your
family
life could be good, but you could
like
want to create something.
well, yeah, but if life is perfect, why would you want it to change?"
I don't know, ask people whose lives are definitely perfect, right? And then, but they're like, I have good relationships. My life is good. I got everything taken care of, but I want to create something.
Then
Okay,
it's not
now
perfect.
when someone says that their life is perfect and they want to change it, do they think they're making it better? They're improving on it?
Well, I mean, a perfect life and another perfect life is just different, but they can both be perfect.
Okay, so then what it looks like is that there's no good reason for the change because it doesn't improve upon anything.
Sure, there's a reason. What is desire not enough?
Okay, but if that's what's in question. If there's no reason, if there's no initial desire to change
say
anything
there
because
wasn't
it's
reason.
perfect, why would you form the desire to change it?
Well, exactly. So it's the same thing. Like, why does an artist want to create something? I don't. Basically,
Presumably, so take the artist, take someone like you. Do you think that your life improved after you produced your music? That you made things better, that you improved upon anything?
No, actually, it's kind of funny. There's a lot of ups and downs, but
No, but the point is that when you produce a good song, you know that you've made things better, right? Now it's not just you and your
objectively,
whatever
I
way you
suppose.
want to talk about it.
Sure.
Okay, so then, but if you're saying, if you think, hey, everything is like, okay, so you're an artist, you have an album of 12 songs, all right? And you say the album is perfect. That sort of presupposes that it doesn't need to be changed. But then you're like, but it needs, or I want to add an extra song. Sure. Then in what sense is it perfect?
Well, how do you define perfect?
That it's exactly the way it should be. It shouldn't be different.
Who defines it? What
Let's say God's intent, in the analogy and God is his desires.
Sure. Okay, so if indeed that's what perfect means, and he is a perfect being, then he created imperfect beings.
Well, yeah, that makes things worse, right? but the point is that
there was no things to be better or worse at all. It was just God, and
God wasn't good before God's creation.
I never said that.
What? So, I mean, you can't make comparisons, sure, but surely there's still some meaningful notion in which God could think about ways that it could be worse, if God is the best.
Absolutely. I mean,
so to say that there's no better or worse, like that, it's nonsense. Obviously, of course, there was.
I'm saying,
at least conceptually.
I'm saying before existence.
But did you get my album analogy, right? If you're an artist and you say the album is perfect, everyone's going to think that it doesn't need to be changed. Wait, everybody's going to think that when you say your album is perfect, there doesn't need to be any changes. Why would you ever, if you do change it, you're not improving it, right? It's just random. It's just like, just whatever, you know?
Not really. What if I wrote the extra song, tacked it on, and then everybody said, oh, that's perfect too?
Then it wasn't perfect before.
Why not?
I mean, if it's equally as perfect, then there's no reason for the change.
I never said it was equally as perfect. What if it's perfect as a 12-track album, and it was perfect also as a 13-track?
You can't
there's no reason to add the 13th song.
But adding it, you're looking at this almost like a zero-sum game. It's just different.
It's right, okay? You go from difference, but you're not going. There's no reason to change it. That's the point. Because if there's a reason to change it, because here's how I'm thinking about it, right? If you think there's a reason to change it, that means it can be. I'm taking that to be as there's a way to improve it.
No, but you're taking want out of the equation completely.
Is it your view that that everything has a reason? Everything has an explanation?
That's a good question. I've thought about that for a while, and there's arguments for and against. Even as a Christian, so I'm not entirely sold on.
So just to be clear, you're okay with the idea that there are some things that have no explanation.
Well, having an explanation is different for having a reason, though.
I'm using the words to mean essentially synonyms. Okay. So
is there a reason for anything? I think.
Yeah. Do you think that there's anything in the world, any part of reality that doesn't have an explanation/reason?
I think the current conclusion right now is that pretty much everything has a reason. We're not going to be capable of understanding every single reason, which is, by the way.
Okay, great. Everything has a reason. What was the reason why God created?
Created what? Sorry, everything?
The world.
Because he wanted to.
Okay, what was the reason for the desire?
Reason for the desire? I don't know. It's the same reason why I want to create things.
Okay, so it either has a reason or it doesn't, right?
I suppose.
And it sounded like you were leaning towards it must have a reason. So what reasons are there for desires?
On a human level?
Just in general.
Ooh, that's hard.
I mean, usually, at least insofar as the word means anything, desires come about through a lack of something.
Why? Like something's missing and you want to change that. Otherwise, if
it's bad.
Think about it this way: if I present, a plate of spaghetti and a plate of pizza, and you choose one over the other, right? Yeah. And you say, well, they're both equally as good, then people are going to think you randomly made a choice.
That there wasn't a reason.
There wasn't a reason. You just picked one, right? Yeah, so in the same way, so God is deciding instead of pizza and spaghetti. What God is deciding: should I live alone? Should I be alone, or should I create? And if they're equally as good, then and he picks one, it's random, unless he thinks one is better, in which now there's a substantive reason as to why he chose.
Well, what's your conclusion on it?
Well, talking about God is like talking about Harry Potter. I don't think any of this stuff happened.
Yeah, but we're doing the concept of reason.
Well, if I believed in God, I would think that at some point God just chose to do something randomly or randomly formed a desire.
Yeah, but what is random about anything that's conscious?
Well, look, it's just as simple as this, right? There was God just kind of meditating or whatever, and then suddenly, for no explanation, he just wanted to create. Okay,
so what's wrong with that?
Well, the thing is that's what atheists are accused of all the time, right? I don't know if it was you, but someone on this live was like, well, atheists are, we're here randomly. You just came out of like randomness, right? Yeah, I'd be delighted to hear that a Christian or an atheist says that we randomly came about from a God. I would love to hear that for a change.
Well, if you say it's random, then you have to take desire out of it, which I don't think.
The desire would be random.
What desire is random?
The desire to create.
That's not random.
Well, if it's not random, then there's an explanation.
Okay, so if
and the explanation accounts for a difference.
Yeah, but your conclusion is that it is random. So what? How do you come to that conclusion?
Look. There's two options. It's either random or there's something lacking. One is better than the other. Those are roughly your two options as far as the origins of desire.
Think about the spaghetti and the pizza. So I offer you two options. Now, if you say, "Oh well, the spaghetti is missing cheese, so I want the pizza," then one option is better than the other, and you have a better state of affairs if you eat the pizza than if you did with the spaghetti. Right. Okay. So there's the random one, right? So if you just say they're equally as good, I'll just take. If they're equally as good, how did you decide which one to pick?
I don't know. Actually,
it's just random. That's the point. The choice is not rationalized. The choice in terms of why you pick one or the other.
But when is that ever true? There's always going to be one.
We do this all the time. Oh, do I go to Olive Garden or what is that? Red Lobster? I don't care. I'll just pick one. Red Lobster, right?
Doesn't mean you dwell in randomness, though.
No, the point is that when people just say that I just randomly chose, which means that there's no reason behind it.
There's no reason behind it.
Yes.
What if they don't know the reason?
Well, then
they're just indecisive.
Look, so either there's a reason or there's not, whether or not they know the reason.
Sure.
And so if we're talking about God's decision to create, either there's a reason for why God has this desire or there's not. If there's not a reason, then it's random. If there is a reason, then that reason is a difference. It's a lack.
Well, see, here's the thing. I do believe there's a reason. I just don't think it's a lack.
Okay,
so then
if you want to go through, hold on, but if you want to go through lack, right?
So let's just do it with God. Okay, wait, let's do it with God. Okay, so God is choosing between just him alone and him in creation. Now, on your view, are those equally as good?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so God is choosing between him alone or him plus creation. Does God think those are equally as good?
Equally as good? No.
Okay, one is better, right?
God is better.
Now, okay, so God existing alone is better than God existing plus creation?
You could make the same argument as an artist, saying, is he better off alone?
No, think about what you said. You said God alone. You said God is better, right? Meaning that you remember God's two options. He only has two options: either him or him alone.
I understand.
Sorry, him or him with something else.
So I can deduce the argument here. So if I say, right, that if God is better, then that means, okay, so he doesn't need anyone, so that means there's no reason for anything to exist.
There's no reason for, and then yet where we exist.
And then, but if he
no, it's worse than that. Wait, one second. It's worse than that. If you say God is better, and yet we exist along with God, then God made a poor choice. He chose the worst a not as good outcome, which actually cuts against his omnibenevolence.
Wait, why?
Because if
right,
it's better,
he does
it's like this. Think about the pizza and the spaghetti. If the pizza is better than the spaghetti, and you choose the spaghetti, that's called a mistake.
Wait, hold on.
It's called a bad decision.
They're both good. Yes, but they're both good.
No, but if one said, if you say all things considered, the pizza is better than the spaghetti, and you pick the spaghetti, that is called a mistake. Because you're picking the worst option.
Wait, but let's bring it back to God and his creations, right?
Okay, so there's God and God plus creation. Which one? If you say God is better than God plus creation, then God choosing to create is a mistake.
let me propose an argument made by the Calvinists, which they say that
could just engage with what my example there.
Yes, I'm addressing it right now. Their argument, which by the way, with all of this, right, if all of our discussion right now, I'm not fully set on everything 100% because I can.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so an argument that I heard from Calvinism is that God needed. It's like suffering. Like why create suffering when clearly it makes things worse? The end goal for suffering is to raise what is good, right? So then their argument is that yes, it's better with God and creation.
Okay, so is that your view?
No, I don't know yet.
Okay, well, I only care about your view. I don't care about Mr. Calvin's view.
That is an argument, but that is an argument that I'm considering, right?
Okay, well, let's consider that option. So if it's the case that you either have God alone or God plus creation, and God thinks that God plus creation is better, right? Then he's improving upon a reality where it's just him, which is suspicious, given that he's like perfect, right? That's suspicious. And also it makes it to where God can't choose to create if he's omnibenevolent. Sorry, can't choose to be alone if he's omnibenevolent. So let me repeat that, or I just froze. So again, if God plus creation is better than just God, then God can't choose not to create. He has to create. But most people think, including Calvinists, think God what?
It's not about better though.
That's the question I'm asking. That's why I need you to get. Look, the example is this: you have two options, right, that exhaust all the possible options, either God or God plus creation, okay? If you say one is better than the other, you're going to have a problem. If you say they're equally as good, then there's no reason for God to choose one over the other, and it's random.
Wait, hold on. But it's not about better, right? Because if you...
Okay, so then it's... Okay, so they're equally as good?
They're equally as good? No.
Yeah, so if one is not better than the other, then they're equally as good.
Well, he created a space where there's good and there's evil.
Are they equally as good?
Are they equally as good? No.
Okay, so one is better than the other.
Currently.
No, just in totality.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So we're not just talking about at this current moment. We're talking
totality.
God has an eternal view.
Currently,
right?
that's what I believe. Yes.
Okay, so is one is better than the other then?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, which one is better than the other? God alone or God plus creation?
God alone is probably better. No.
Okay, then God is choosing the worst option by creating.
What do you mean worst option?
Okay, so again,
of the two of being alone.
If one is better than the other, that means one is worse than the other.
Yes, but you're creating a framework of what's better or worse. It's not
Yes.
about that though.
I'm making it about that.
Yeah, but I'm not.
It's my question, right? I'm asking you if
relevant though. Okay, so
no, it is relevant. Okay, no, it's not, because we're asking the question of what does even make sense? Why would God want to create in the first place? It's about decision making, and decision making is about weighing options and deciding which options are better, good, equally as good. So it is very relevant. I don't know why you're saying it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant because again, we bring it back to the artist. The artist has a desire.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's relevant insofar as that we're weighing God's decisions. Do you agree that decision making is based on what we judge to be better or good or bad?
For us, yeah.
For God is omnibenevolent. He's motivated by the good. His decision making is based off the good. So what are you talking about?
Wait, so he created a world where there's both good and evil.
Okay,
right?
I'm not going in that direction. I'm fine to say there's no evil in the world. That doesn't matter. Okay, now.
Yeah, but it matters to me. So if
it doesn't matter for the question.
It doesn't matter to the question.
Yeah, it does because
it does not.
If there's evil in the world compared to a world, I don't know if you call God a world where evil does not exist, then clearly God is just better.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm asking about.
There are three options, right? Either if you take the sum total of all of reality plus God, so the entire history of the entirety of the universe plus God, that scenario is either better, the same, or worse than just God alone. Those are your three options. Better, the same, or worse.
Yeah,
Goodness is in some sense...
so to answer your question, God alone is better. God plus creation
is worse.
2 ways. Is worse, yes. But there's...
So then God chose the worst option, and then it cuts against his omnibenevolence.
No, because there's 2 reasons. So
is God motivated by choosing the best option? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Is the best option him alone or him plus creation?
This is why I brought up the Calvinist argument, because they said creating...
I don't care about what you think.
The Calvinist argument is that God plus the creation is better than God alone.
Yes.
And so you say that God alone is better than God plus creation.
Guys,
in either case, you have, in the case of the former, you have God choosing or making the bad decision, choosing the worst outcome, if it's the case that God alone is better. If it's the case of the latter, where God plus the world is better, then that means that God absent the world is lacking something, is worse, is not perfect.
Well, hold on.
Regardless of the way that you cut it, regardless of the way that you cut it, you end up with nonsense.
No. So here's the answers, right? And I don't have, again, like with all of this, by the way, I can only be as definite as I can be. I'm not claiming.
I know
The
you're
point
thinking
is-
through it. You're thinking through it, Ryan.
It doesn't.
Okay, go ahead.
The thing is, it doesn't actually
Hold on,
matter
let
whether
me-
you think God is better or worse than God alone is better or worse than God with the world, because both options lead you to an incoherent conclusion.
No, hold on. So let me explain this.
Well, I'm fine with the idea that God
alone-
just randomly decided to create. There's no reason or rhyme. I'm fine with
God
that.
alone.
Right, but he's
Okay,
not,
sure.
because he thinks that there's an explanation for
Mhm.
everything.
Yes, I do believe it. So either God alone, so there's two options. God alone is better or worse than God plus creation. Okay, so right now I have the option of believing God is better than God plus creation. Okay, but in God plus creation, right, there is an argument to be made that it's either worse or just as good.
Well, okay, so if it's worse, then God made the bad decision. If it's the same, then God made a random decision.
Why is worse a bad decision?
Does God
That's just what it means.
Look, does God choose the better option or the worse option, given His goodness?
Because see, this is a framework that I don't agree
We're
with.
just
It's
going to
not
answer that
about better or
question.
worse.
Does God prefer what's better or worse?
Better, I see.
Okay, so then He's going to. So given that He's an omnibenevolent beings are always going to choose the better option, right? Not the worst
What
option.
is about creation that makes it worse?
Just
That's why I
answer
keep
my
bringing up
question.
evil.
I'm asking if a good being always chooses or prefers the better option over the worse option.
Fundamentally, yes.
Okay,
Or, like,
so
they
then
prefer the good.
if you accept that, there's nothing you can say other than to commit you're committed to God choosing not to create if you think that just God alone is better than God plus creation.
If you look at the story in Genesis, He created with the intention of everything being good.
I can't do it. You
Okay, but it was corrupted.
He's not tracking.
I mean, I don't know what else
There are neglecting the random choice. There are two options. It's either the case that the world plus God is better than just God, or it's worse than just God. Now, God must
there worse
always
parts than there's
choose the
better
best option because God is omnibenevolent. So if God plus the world is worse, then God wouldn't have chosen that option.
There's a thing called free will, though. He did not create evil. Evil is a corruption.
He
of
didn't
Holy
say
Spirit. So
no.
We're not talking
Isaiah
about
45:7
it's just
says he
whatever you
created
think
evil.
about the world.
The reason I have to
If
bring
the
in
world
evil is
plus
because
God
if
is
there
worse,
was no evil, then it's good.
if the world plus God is worse, then God shouldn't have created the world.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just to be
God
clear,
God
does
knows
create evil.
whether it'll be worse or better, right?
Hold on. So there's God, and then there's creation, right? God plus creation. His intention for creation was good. So this is the whole 12 songs or 13 songs in an album. Both are perfect, or one is perfect, whatever. They're both meant to be perfect. They're just separate things.
Okay, but now you're losing out on the omnipotence / omniscience if you think that if God was mistaken about it being better if He created the world and then it turned out worse.
Mistaken. No, He wasn't mistaken. He gave you a choice. That's the story of Adam.
So wait,
and Eve.
let me just get this. Are you saying that you're fine to say that God chose the worst outcome?
No, He didn't choose the worst outcome.
Okay, is God plus creation worse than God existing alone?
Either I have to say yes, or they're both as good.
Okay, they're equal. Okay, so
equally
what's your answer? And it's okay to say I don't know. I need to think about it for my sake.
But what, I'll tell you where I'm leaning.
Okay.
I'll tell you where I'm leaning.
You should come back when you figure it out.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm leaning towards and why. And the reason, because you guys keep dismissing evil, right? But what makes a thing worse is evil.
Look, if you're gonna add evil to it, it makes things way worse for you.
Yeah,
because it's like choosing between a cheesecake and a cheesecake with dirt on it. Okay, like if God's choosing the cheesecake with dirt on it, then because if you add evil into this, it makes things worse for you. Trust me, you don't want to add that in.
That's under the presupposition that God created evil, which the Christian claim is that He didn't.
Okay,
look,
fine.
Read
let's
the
imagine,
verse on the
let's
screen
imagine
right
that
now.
the world that God created. Let's imagine that creation was actually perfect.
Can we just nip this in the bud? Isaiah
sure.
45 says God created the evil. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create evil.
What is this?
Isaiah 45:7.
Hold on 1 second. it's really blurry. Can you say that again? Isaiah what?
45:7.
Let me look this up real quick.
Your translation might say calamity, but it's the same underlying Hebrew word.
Well, it's Isaiah. We have to also look at the original Hebrew if it comes.
Do you know Hebrew?
No, but
I do.
Almost like Justin read
He
your
laughed.
mind.
He laughed. He laughed.
I wish I knew Hebrew.
He's like, maybe the Hebrew will save me.
It won't save you here, buddy.
Maybe, but I want to, because I've never seen this verse. I'd love to see it.
Have you read the Bible?
No.
Not from start to finish. I've read very specific parts of it because it takes time to dwell on even those smaller parts. The Hebrew word translated evil is ra. It's the same word used hundreds of times.
Sure
Does
is.
it use the word ra here?
Sure does.
Okay, God is not saying I create sin and wickedness because that's the
He
definition
is.
of sin and wickedness. No, why?
Yeah, it's literally the point of this passage. Is he's saying he creates everything. This is a merism in Hebrew. Everything in between, peace and evil, light and dark, I create all things. So if you read the next verse, he just says the same thing. I create all of it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you got me there. Maybe I have to look into more of that because I don't know. I have not read Isaiah fully yet.
That's surprising considering that Christians love Isaiah.
They do. I'm non-denominational.
So look,
Yeah.
if it's the case, suppose for a minute that God got exactly what he wanted, and the world was like Adam and Eve didn't sin, and the world was, they freely chose to do the good, and it was all hunky-dory. Would that world have been better or worse than God alone?
Well, like I said, I'm not fully decided on one answer. There's too much to weigh here because
So this question makes it easier because now there's no evil.
Okay, say again.
So there's no evil. Adam and Eve just happened to choose the good. They didn't listen to the snake. It was all hunky-dory. Nobody ever chose to sin. Is that world better or worse than the world with just God alone?
You could say it's equally good, but there's something in the Christian view that you can make an argument that it's worse because the Adam and Eve, the reason why they were given free will is because God relinquishes control.
No, well, with their free will, they only chose the good.
Wait, what?
In this example, they only chose the good with their free will.
Yeah,
they
but
chose
we
the
say
right thing
what?
rather than the wrong thing.
Okay. Then both are good.
Okay.
Well,
so
which one's better?
What do you?
Neither.
He's saying they're equally as good, right? The world with basically creation behaves itself.
It's good with an extra step, I suppose. Why not?
Okay, so you're saying creation where it's behaved, right? There's no sin or whatever, there's no evil. Plus God is equally as good as just God and by himself.
Equally?
That's what. Yeah, I'm making sure I interpreted you
I think
correctly.
they're both perfectly good. I don't know if they're
both equally. If they're both perfectly good, they're equal in their goodness, right?
No, because something can be perfect.
Then how can both be perfect and one be better than the other?
Because they can be different. They are different.
Okay, but different doesn't mean better or worse.
Exactly.
Okay, but we're not asking.
Exactly.
Obviously, they're different. We're asking about the
different.
worth,
They're
the
both
value.
perfect and they're both good.
No. Look, you can have
Not
look.
better or worse.
Gosh, look. There's you and I. Are we equal? Like in our rights and in humanity, are we equal? Are we equally valuable? Are we equal?
In the eyes of the Lord, yes. But
yes, but we're different, right?
Yes. We're
Okay,
different.
so difference doesn't mean difference does not mean equally valuable. Okay, so that's what we're asking. Okay,
they're equally good.
Okay, so pointing out that their differences makes no difference. Okay, in value.
Why not? You and I are different,
but we have equal value.
We have equal value.
By the way,
different ways.
Justin, the screen's frozen.
Oh shit! I got it. Damn TikTok.
Audio is still fine, but the screen's
audio is
frozen.
fine.
It's like
we're good.
This, like, you have a lot of value. Let's say like you have a lot of agency. Let's say, and then you compare to someone who has less agency, but
still equally valuable.
Still equally valuable. I think a baby and I have equal value, and in terms of if we're talking about moral or legal, agency? Yeah. Even though I have more agency, I can actually think.
I disagree. I actually think that babies are invaluable, unvaluable. I think that they're the opposite of valuable. Babies suck. No, I'm kidding.
Well, look. Regardless, right? My point I'm trying to make is, you can that your claim is subjective there because Actually, if you
It doesn't
think
matter
about
whether
it,
it's subjective or not.
agency, if you have more agency, then clearly you're more valuable, no?
No.
Sure, why not?
No, if
I'm
you're
playing devil
saying,
advocate.
do children have more agency than us?
No, generally no.
Do they have less agency?
Yes.
Do we have more value than them?
Okay, so are you asking
This is a waste of time.
Women and children first. He'll never answer a question.
I can't tell if he's dodging on purpose or if it's just an accident.
No, I'm
No,
not
I think he, when he knows that the answer is going to cook him, he just moves on without answering it.
No. What I'm saying is, when you say people have value or they're
This is a red herring. It's completely unrelated to the question.
I brought that analogy up because pointing out their differences between the two situations doesn't mean that they're not equally valuable or one's more valuable than the other.
But the analogy doesn't work because you're comparing a baby.
I think it's time to move on.
Okay, well then we'll use a different analogy. If you have two paintings and they are both and they're both made. Okay, this is a bad example because you'll probably say that one painting is more valuable than another. Okay,
I mean, if the human example doesn't work, I don't know what will, right? Because that's clear. Most people would say I have as much worth as a human as a child.
Okay, hold on. So
why do you believe that?
Hold on, shut up for a second. Suppose that you have suppose that you have $1 and 86 euro cents. Which one's more valuable?
Yeah, that's a good example.
So $1 or €1?
$1 versus 86 euro cents.
It depends on what you can do with it.
Oh my God.
A dollar is equal to 86
so it's
euro
relative
cents.
then,
That is the
isn't it?
exchange rate.
They're equal.
They're equal, but they're different.
Yes,
they're equal, but they're different.
Yes, in terms of currency exchange.
Their value is equal, even though they're different kinds of things.
It's actually price, but whatever. Yeah,
you're missing the point, right? The point is that there are differences between there are differences between a world where it's just God and a world where it's God plus creation. But what we're asking you is whether God considers them to be equally as good.
Why does it have to be equal for both things to be good?
It doesn't have to. They could be. One could be good. The other one could be better, right? In which case, now you have.
But see, you're seeing it as two, like a ladder, like better or worse, like two dimensions.
Yeah. So look, okay, if you take my pizza and spaghetti analogy. I like pizza and spaghetti, they're both good. But in some cases, one is better than the other. And even though I like both of them, if I think the pizza is better than the spaghetti, I nonetheless make a mistake by choosing the spaghetti. Even though I think generally it's good, it's a mistake in that situation. I should choose the better option.
Why? Why is it a mistake to choose the better option when they're both good?
No. They're both good, but one is better than the other.
But they're both good.
So oh my gosh, have you never been to a restaurant? You could like the entire menu. And have you never, wait, one second. You've never been in a restaurant where you like the entire menu and you chose one and then you realize, I think I wanted this other one instead. I made a mistake. Can I, waiter, waitress, hey, could you change my order? That, you can think that you made a mistake in ordering the menu, even though you think the entire thing is good because there's still going to be options that are better than others.
That's not a mistake if it's good.
It is a mistake. Oh, okay.
It's not a mistake. It was good.
Justin, we gotta. This has gone on long enough.
It's way too over his head. All right, take care of yourself, man. Thanks for coming by.
Hey, thank you guys.
Yep. Listen. That was not a difficult explanation or analogy. I don't know what was going wrong
the whole
over there.
concept was easy, right?
It was not hard.
This is not challenging.
Oh boy. All right then. Friends, let me grab a couple
apologies
super chats.
to anybody who has experienced depression or suicidal ideation. I didn't mean it.
Friends, we're going to grab some super chats and we're going to get Moro in here from the TikTok queue. Straightforward, it says if caller 1234 drilled down like this into his religion, he would be an atheist. It's just such a weird way to approach life. It really is. But I guess the problem is, he read about the watchmaker's argument or some other William Lane Craig nonsense, and he thought it was a good argument, and then, it started to fall apart, and then he looked for just anything random, he can find to justify the worldview, and then he just turned purposely obtuse. He's not interested
I don't even know if it was on purpose.
You think? It felt to me on
idea.
purpose, because he wouldn't answer Danny's questions. The conversation would have went faster if he would just say yes or no to the questions, right?
Yeah.
Kurt, thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm surprised DL has been on this long and maintained himself. Why the burner account? Wouldn't you guys normally let him on? Who's DL?
I don't know.
Kurt, I don't know who DL is, friend. You might have to send some clarification. Kelly, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $19.99 super chat. Hope you're doing well. It says, I processed so much from the expert panel working with this gentleman. Thank you. And Danny was really cooking on that one. I've heard the argument of God creating before, doesn't, how it's got problems. This is the first time I've heard it all the way through and really liked it. I wrote it on my cheat sheet, actually. I made a syllogism with it.
There
it's
is
really
I used to run this argument, but there was a mistake I made in the past that I want everyone to be careful about. I know it's unintuitive, but I just don't want you to, if an intelligent theist gets you, they could get you on this. It is a non sequitur to say that if God is perfect, then a world alone where it's just God is perfect. It's actually technically a non sequitur, right? But it is weird to say, because in other words, if you put it logically, you won't go from a particular thing, right, as having that property, is therefore that the reality has that property. But it is very suspicious that it seems like the world and God are identical, but they're technically not, right? Because the way that you would formalize all that, they would be distinct.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with that. That's the only thing. But all that matters is what God thinks. You could frame it as, what does God think what reality does God think is better? A world where God thinks he's alone, that reality is better, or a world where, and then you can overcome the problem.
Right. Selling it Monk, good to see you. It says 1, 2, 3, 4's arguments are like the vinyl I picked up at the thrift store. No amount of polishing will repair the scratches, and the tracks keep on skipping. That's true. I'm sorry you picked up some bad vinyls. It's a real bummer when you find one you like, and then it's warped, doing this thing, it's all scratched up. Good luck to you. Game Guy, thank you for the super chat. Says Danny should apply for a job at Doug's Pretzel Factory after how he handled 1, 2, 3, 4. It was amazing.
I don't know anything about this pretzel factory. What is this pretzel factory? Do they pay well?
Well, not so much. So Doug's Pretzel Factory is a reference to my channel. Doug is in the corner here, Doug the Godstone, and yes. We turn Christians into pretzels. And so welcome to the Pretzel Factory.
I get it.
There's a mug in my gift shop that's got a logo that says Doug's Pretzel Factory, and you can even get an apron that says Cooking with Doug. It's good.
I love that.
All right, let's get Moro in here. I hope I said that name right. I assume it's like tomorrow.
Good morrow to you.
How you doing, Moro?
Hello. I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah. Yep.
Cool. Awesome. Which one?
So, I wanted to discuss about the argument that Danny was running. Oh, I'm a Christian.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So, Danny, do you think that in these two worlds, you can have one world that has a greater amount of positive properties, and that's why God chose it? So there wouldn't be any arbitrary choice?
Yeah, if he thinks that the God plus creation is better than a world where it's just God alone, then the point is that given that, right, he's not unable to do differently if you fix his omnibenevolence as the kind of thing that God's decision making is based on the good or what's better or worse.
Well,
right. So
presumably, we want to say something like omnibenevolence is going to be the type of thing that is going to want a greater amount of positive properties over the negation, which is like a privation or privations, right? And if that's the case, then any world that God chooses to, actualize, it is going to be the type of thing that is going to have a greater amount of positive properties over the other world. So you can form this in a set, and you're going to get an n-tuple that is going to have a greater amount of positive properties of the world B. So then there is no arbitrary choice for God.
Right, but the thing is that if the reason for why he chooses one over the other is there, right, then it eliminates the possibility of doing differently.
It kind of eliminates his agency.
Well, I'm fine. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you're understanding freedom, but a lot of people want to say that God could have chosen not to create.
I don't think God has like libertarian freedom or like that type of free will, because I think that it's going to lead like to potency, and then there's a contradiction.
Okay, do you think God could have chosen not to create at all?
And by that we mean what exactly? Like he could have
doesn't create everything. There's just God, nothing else.
That's logically possible, but he wouldn't choose that.
Okay, but can God make basically can God choose not to create is what I'm asking.
I said it's logically possible.
Okay, how is it possible? How is it logically possible, given that a world with there's creations would make it to where God would view those worlds as better than a world without him?
Well, given the fact that in these types of things there is going to be a less amount of positive properties, and that is why he chose to create, or not to actualize any worlds over the one that it's just by himself. And that's just like one reason for that.
Yeah, but then you do, the thing is that if God always does or only actualizes what's best, and if a world where it's just him is not as good as a world where it's him plus creation, then given that understanding of omnibenevolence, right, then it's not possible for God to refrain from creating.
Well, when I invoke positive properties, I'm not making any normative claims about them being good or
okay, but my question, my premises are normatively framed.
So then the question is just confused, because like these worlds can both be good, equally good, but one is going to have a greater amount of positive properties, and that's why God.
Okay, the positive properties. I'm not so sure.
The positive properties.
Okay, well then now it sounds like what you're saying is that the world where God chose to create, and a world where he doesn't create are equally as good, right? Insofar as that. Okay, and so now
but the world that he doesn't create, like the world that he's alone, is going to have a greater amount of positive properties over the.
Okay,
world
I don't know the positive properties. The point is that the only sense of positive that matters is the sense of positive that's parasitic on the good, right? If the sense of positive is not, and in other words, in terms of God's decision making,
I don't think so. I would disagree.
No, that's the only sense of positive that's relevant to my argument, right? Because if you
mean, but all you just asking is if they're equally good, then yeah, but that's not why God chooses to create over world 1 over world B.
Sorry, repeat that.
I said that is not the only reason as to why God chooses to create world A over world B.
Okay, so God has other things that motivate him other than the good.
Yeah, I said those are going to be the amount of positive properties that a world is going to possess.
Okay, so does he not think that in virtue of those positive properties that he's going to consider that world to be better to actualize over another?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I don't see.
Doesn't mean good. But better doesn't mean good.
Better
better means more good.
Yeah, it means more good. Exactly.
No, we can define it in such a way that it just means that it has a greater amount of positive properties. And that's all.
No, that's not how I'm defining it. I'm defining it in terms of good, not in terms of positive properties.
So then both worlds are going to be equally good. So there wouldn't be a world that's better than the other.
Well, here's what I'm asking. So whatever these positive properties are, whatever you mean by positive, that's fine.
I can define them if you like.
But I don't think it'll matter, because I think the crux of the issue is that does God think that that if that factors into God's decision making, right, then he's got to consider that to be explanatory in terms of why he does one thing over another, and it does it, and thus if God is when you're making a decision, right, I just take decision making to be about goals, ends, and that's a normative notion. Right, so when you make a decision for one thing over another,
you don't make
right?
I mean, when you make a decision, you don't introduce axiological values, axiological.
No, they have to. No,
claims.
Their values are. When you make a decision, you have to have a value, in my view, right? Yeah.
Okay, you think values are normative?
Yes.
Wait, so okay.
That seems kind of like definitionally true.
Some people think that you can have values and duties, and you can separate duties from values. I don't think that. Right. I take a teleological view.
A whole different thing. I think that's just gonna go to a different tangent. I'm not.
The point is that even if I'm wrong, even if there is a distinction between values and duties, right? The point is that God is primarily motivated by the good. His, for lack of a better word, duties are going to be a function of that good.
And what do you define as a function?
So if I am, let's say, a utilitarian, which is that what I should do is a function of some end, namely happiness, right? So, but
okay, so you're taking like
deontology.
utility calculus. Okay.
Well, well, that's an example of a teleological view, right? You don't have to be a utilitarian is a type of teleological view.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm trying to understand what you mean by function. That's why I asked
Function
for clarity. That you brought up
that duties are aimed at an end, right? So Kant and others, deontologists, right, want to say that duties are not aimed at anything, right? You just have a duty. Okay? So like you should take care of your family. It's not to make them happy. It's not because you care about human life. It's not because you love them. It's you just have that duty, right? I understand duties as a function of some end because they're valuable, they're good, or they have some there's some end there that you have a duty to take care of them, right? Now, but even if I'm wrong about that, I think what omnibenevolence does is essentially applies a teleology here that a good God's obligations or duties or normative states are functional to what he prioritizes, namely the good, gives his omnibenevolence. So you get a teleological view, even if it's not in practice. Yeah.
So perhaps a question that's worth asking just to get at the heart of this is: do you think that God does things that are not good?
No, I don't think that.
And just so then I'm not
something to
clarify. What I mean is does things that there's anything that God does that is not somehow positive rather than say neutral or negative?
Does God do stuff that are what exact? What did you repeat there?
Does God ever any action that God takes, could it leave the world neutrally valuable from God's perspective?
From God, no, because then that's just
so
to say
every
that God
action that God takes leaves the
something
world
that is not going to
in
be
a
good.
better place as far as value.
Presumably.
So when God creates the world, the sum total of reality, God plus the world, is more valuable now.
Yep, that's why it has.
So it seems like that there's an obligation that God couldn't not do that.
That's the whole point. That's why I said I disagree with that. And then I said we're gonna go into like a whole different point that I'm not interested in discussing.
The teleological stuff.
Well, wait a minute. But you just agreed that it is. But you just agreed that it's better and that it's more valuable.
Yeah, I can agree that it's better in the sense that it has a greater amount of positive properties. But that doesn't mean now it's an obligation.
You agreed that it's better in the sense that it's more valuable.
And by value would just mean it has like a great amount of
whatever God values
claims.
The things that God views as valuable.
Moro, this is where my confusion is. I don't know what it means to say that two worlds are equally as good, right? But that's to say they're equally as valuable. But there's something about one world, right, that makes God think that that's better to actualize over another, because that sense of better is divorced from the kind of evaluative claims that God or beliefs that God has about each world. That is that is what I'm not understanding.
Do you agree that you can value things that are, let's just say not good in a sense?
You'd have to have competing. You could have that's possible, and only under the condition that you have competing desires, which God doesn't have, presumably.
And what do you mean by competing desires?
So a smoker values to stop smoking, yet they also value to smoke. And they have a kind of second order belief that one of their values is better than the other, right? That they value more to stop smoking, but they have a weakness of will, right? So, it's so addicting.
Then I don't really understand. But look, I think we can get clarity on the whole point that... No. So let's just get clarity.
You understand that? Wait, I want to just...
How do you not understand that, but you're capable of having, you're making a fairly sophisticated case here. Not to say it's a good case, but perhaps a sophisticated or deep one, but you don't understand the analogy.
You have the smokers have competing values, right? They know smoke. They want to stop smoking, right? Yet they also want to smoke. They're conflicted.
They want to They want to stop smoking and they do not. Is that what you said?
They want to stop smoking, but they also want to stop. They also want to smoke.
Yeah, that I
Because
have
they're
no idea
addicted.
what you're saying. Then I don't understand because like you're
Okay,
gonna
okay,
get,
maybe
like,
diet.
all
You've been
you're
on a
s- 'cause
diet before.
maybe because like all you're saying, like what I'm understanding is you're saying that they want to stop smoking and they do not
Yeah.
want to stop smoking. That's all you're saying there, and that's like a contradiction. So I don't know what that means.
No, it's not. It's not contradictory. It's
Wait, so
opposing. They're two different desires.
Wait, P and not P is not a contradiction?
No,
'Cause
they
that
have
should
two
be a
different.
P and not P.
They have. Listen. You're not being charitable to me,
Yeah.
right? They have a desire that's numerically
Yep.
distinct from a different desire. Okay, that one desire is a desire to smoke. That other numerically
Yep, and the
distinct
other one is
desire is a
not to
desire to
smoke.
smoke. Right. That's not contradictory. It's not referring to the
Okay,
same
so
desire.
one is saying one says I want to smoke, and the other one says I don't want to smoke, right?
Yeah, you have two different desires. They're opposing.
Okay, great. So we can see this, right? Let's say X wants to smoke and
Wait, there's a
X
biblical
does not
example
want
of this:
to
the
smoke.
spirit and the flesh,
It's not a
right? The spirit and the
contradiction?
flesh compete. Sorry, what?
Wait, so
Look,
let's just get clarity.
Moro, the
You
point
saying
is that this is very dumb, and I can't believe that you're dying on this hill. But the point is that the smoker wants to reap the benefits of not smoking. They want to be healthy, or they want social acceptance, whatever it might be. And so they desire to fulfill in order to meet that end. They desire to take certain actions, and that certain action involves not smoking. On the other hand, they also desire to not be miserable right now, which they would be if they stopped smoking. So to meet that end, they have to do something. So they desire to smoke. They desire to smoke to meet
You
the
don't
end of not being
understand that's just a
miserable.
whole
They
different
desire to not smoke to meet the end of being
proposition.
healthy or being socially accepted, whatever it is. And so there are two different desires because the end,
Great, those
the
are just
ends,
two different
the desires are in
propositions. That's why
conflict
it's
because
not a
the ends are distinct.
Sorry, what was that, Moro?
Okay, great. Okay, I don't get the whole point with the ends, but these two things that you just gave are two different propositions, and granted, they're not going to be a
They're not
contradiction. But what Danny gave,
propositions.
the statements that you just made, hello?
These are descriptions of desires
These are
for a smoker.
statements,
These are
right?
not
These are two
propositions.
functional
Look,
statements.
think of it this way: the
What are you
charitable way.
saying?
If you look more, the charitable way of understanding this is that it's not contradictory to say that they have a desire to smoke and they also have another desire to not smoke. That's not contradictory.
Oh wait, okay.
I don't know why you didn't interpret me that way in the first place.
Because he's
Let's
being
just be clear.
intentionally
Do you think that-
disingenuous.
Okay, we
Yeah,
can
this
express
is weird
like
because
this.
the Apostle Paul already admits this in Romans 7.
Right. This is actually one of the most central themes between flesh and spirit is that they're in opposition. You have a desire to follow Christ and you have your desire to sin. They're opposed.
In fact, he
Okay,
says
I don't
it's
get
not
the
even
whole
I
point
who
there.
do
That's
it.
just two different propositions, but those are two different propositions. But let's just get clarity, Danny. Do you think that P can be defined as?
Do you desire to
X
sin? No, I'm
wants
not.
to
No, I want to show. Do you
No?
desire
Hey,
to
Mor-
sin?
Okay, you
Moro,
wanna
do
get
you?
clarity?
We will get. I
overspoken.
promise you, we'll get to what you're saying. But I'm insulted by this. Do you have a desire to sin?
You interrupted me, so.
I did. Do you have a
There's
desire
no
to sin?
reason.
Do you have a desire to sin?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you also have a desire not to sin?
Do I have a desire? And do I have a desire not to sin?
Yeah.
Presumably.
Is that contradictory?
No, because they're different senses.
Okay. And why do different senses of the terms? No, the terms are being used univocally.
Sense doesn't. That's just a blunder. Wait,
Hey Moro,
sense is just
Moro, I
gonna
just
say
have
that's
I have a
just
really
the way
important
you
question.
present
How
the-
many
the
years
mode
did
of
you
being,
spend
and the way
debating
we
power
present the
scaling on
being.
Discord?
No.
The term,
It
the
was
meanings
one.
of desire are the same, right? The point is that you could have interpreted me.
Wait, the
and-
confusion there is that it is going to be applicable to like a different, respect to my being. Like you can express this with reduplicative predication, and you're
respect?
not going to get a contradiction.
Why
Yeah,
didn't you
can get
interpret? So the point is that you understand what it means to have conflicting desires.
Well, those two are not going to be the type of things that are going to be in the same.
I dropped him.
Oh,
he was
all right then.
being like wildly disingenuous.
It did seem that way. Yeah, it did seem that way. That's right. I don't think we're going to miss too much.
He seems like a Discord debater too, which is why I accused him of
Yeah.
power scaling, because that's where they all get started. And he had an anime profile picture. That's a dead
As
giveaway,
soon as
right?
I hear the word blunder, I'm like, oh, this is going to be fun. Hey friends, I'm going to grab 2 super chats, and then we're going to get Matthew in here. Relax with Russell. Good to see you, friends. As if God exists alone, would there even be
Danny,
a
it
world?
looked like you're mad at me for dropping him.
No, because I can't. I'm a little bothered by that exchange. I'm glad. I mean, I'm indifferent, but I'm bothered by him because I've known him for years. I don't know why he does this to me.
Well,
because
maybe
we've
you
had good
shouldn't-
conversations. I just don't know why he's decided to be like this today.
Well, because he doesn't want to look bad in front of all the people. Yeah. Seems like
Anyways, go
God
ahead.
would be all that exists, so maybe you would want to say that all exists would be perfection. Yeah, I mean, if God was the only thing that exists, we would assume that everything that exists is perfect. And it's kind of the core of the argument. Evan, thank you
Is that
for
a
the
bird on your
super chat.
shoulder?
Yeah, there's Occam.
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
Clipped.
Fuck. Evan says a priapistic for Doug. I don't even know what that means, but hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Priapism is what you get when the Viagra lasts too long.
Oh shit, that's what's up. That priapistic for Doug. That's what I'm talking about. Carissa, hey, good to see you. Thank you for sending out 20, actually not 20, 40 unapologetic gifted memberships. Thank you so much. That's humongous. Super appreciate that, friend. Gigantic. Stupendous, even. We do have Matthew. We've talked to Matthew before on this stream, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Oh, and they're gone.
We didn't connect.
Okay, well, that's a shame. Let's bring in... We've talked to T-Turbine too, right?
I don't remember. Maybe.
Okay, let's check him out.
Occam, face the razor. Face the camera.
He's determining on whether or not he wants to try getting airborne. Stay here, bub. You don't want to jump. There's nothing soft over there. Turbine, welcome in.
Hello.
Turbine, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
And do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Have we talked before?
Yes, we have.
I thought so.
Which God is it that you believe in?
The God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay, just checking.
So you're Christian.
Why do you believe in it?
The testimony of the Bible, as well as there's a list of scientific theories that I'm sure you're familiar with, and my own subjective experience.
Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the Bible? You want to start with the science? What do you want to do?
The Bible or science?
I was wondering about talking about Matthew 27:9.
Sure. Oh, there he goes.
I like that birdie.
He's cute. What about Matthew 27?
Yeah, Matthew 27:9.
What about it? You mean the lie from Jeremiah?
Yes.
Oh no, this guy must be a troll.
No. What I focus on is that it was had to have been a contemporary guy. Jeremy the prophet. The King James version says
Jeremiah.
says Jeremy the prophet.
Oh boy. Okay. He is a troll.
So I AI'd what other versions use Jeremy the prophet.
There's no Jeremy in the Bible.
Pardon?
There's no Jeremy in the Bible.
Yeah, but have you considered Johnny?
Who?
Johnny the prophet.
King James version uses the term Jeremy the prophet.
Yeah, but have you read the King Jimmy version?
Yeah, I have read the King James version.
No, I mean the King Jimmy version.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, you should, because in that book it says Jeremiah.
Right. Well, I AI'd what other versions use.
None of them say
Jeremy. The
Jeremy.
prophet, and Tyndale Bible, 1300,
No, they don't.
1325.
No, it doesn't.
As well as
none of them do.
As well as the Bishop's Bible.
No, it
there
doesn't.
There were 6 of them.
Nope.
And the article also said all modern translations changed it to to the prophet Jeremiah. But
It's
older translations,
it's Jeremiah.
It's Jeremy the prophet, and so I think.
I mean,
it's
we can just
Jeremiah.
go look at the Hebrew word, right?
Pardon?
Well, this is going to be in Greek, so we'll just do.
Yeah, sorry, I meant the Hebrew word Jeremiah.
Matthew 27:9. I'm sure it's going to be a Greek rendering of Jeremiah. Yeah, Yerimeu, which is how you would transliterate Jeremiah.
Right, but it shows Jeremy the prophet.
No, not Jeremy, Jeremiah.
Well, there's several versions. Why do they show Jeremy the prophet then? Why
They
would
don't.
say Jeremy the prophet?
None of them
This is a troll,
do.
right? Like this is
Yeah.
a really elaborate troll.
There's got to be a troll.
No, it isn't. This is my answer for your this enigma of Jeremy
All right. Well, we're gonna drop
Moving on.
this troll. Okay.
I need a cup of coffee from that last guy, from Morrow. Man.
Yeah. Oh, buddy. There you go.
Is he not
Careful.
good at flying?
No, he's not supposed to be flying. He's new. He's new to the house, and you want to trim the flying feathers so they can't like fly out a window or
But
until
you don't
they.
want to trim their flying
They can-
feathers, then they can't fly.
Well,
That's the
they'll-
point.
But you're saying that there could be an accident if they flying around the house, right?
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not hurting them. You're just clipping the feathers a little bit so they kind of hover or float, but they can't actually fly. Let's get Dan in
I
here.
don't know, man. It seems like declawing a cat.
No, declawing a cat actually hurts them and it's bad for them. This is just clipping the end of the feather. It's not.
Yeah,
you're not-
I used to have parakeets. I would do
Yeah,
that. It's
it's
just
okay.
very quick, and they don't.
It's like
you get
trimming
some
a-
blood
That's
vessels.
suspicious.
It's like
you get
trimming a
some blood
nail.
vessels going through. You can just avoid those, and they'll feel nothing.
And we didn't clip them. A professional takes care of that. But I think Matthew is back. I'm going to try to get Matthew and see if it works. Actually, I know why he's jumping. One of his favorite cushions behind me. I should have moved it. Matthew, as always, you got to turn your speaker down because it's so loud. When I talk, it's blowing through your microphone.
Okay.
So we know you're Christian and you're over 18. What's your new argument?
Well, I just wanted to talk about the argument that the universe began.
Again?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you got the good doctor with
Wait a
you
minute,
today.
Matthew, didn't we speak like
Yeah, that's
last
the
week?
point. We talked yesterday.
And was it yesterday? Well, I wasn't live yesterday, so we didn't talk yesterday.
It must have been the day before yesterday.
Oh, yeah. You were the guy, and I kid you not, in my notes, because I have the notes up from Friday, it's that my notes under your name are knows nothing about physics.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's just the ad hominem.
This isn't an argument. I was just writing down a note that described our conversation.
Yeah, you wrote nothing down that actually refutes my argument, really.
I wasn't trying to refute your argument in my personal note so that I can remember what the conversation was about.
Okay, what's my argument?
Your argument, you actually didn't even make an argument because you couldn't make it past the second law and your failure to understand it.
No,
I
actually
already did the second law of thermodynamics with Matt. I don't know why he's still on it.
Oh yeah, we know you did. We know. Trust us. That's the problem here.
The problem is
Who
that
do you
you don't
think
understand
stronger,
the law.
Goku or JoJo?
Goku or Gojo?
Well, I said JoJo, but sure, Gojo.
Jojo?
Yeah.
I'd say Goku.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking if you have an opinion about this.
Okay, yeah, just Goku. You want the argument for that?
No, I really don't care about the argument for that. I find it hilarious that you have an argument for that.
Can you formalize it?
Oh my god, the laughing.
Can I formalize it?
I'm joking.
No, I'm just
don't.
joking. I don't really have an argument for them. I'm not gonna lie.
So, Matt, what argument did you want to run today? I mean, you can't surely run the second law 3 times. I mean,
So
you
what
can.
I'm doing
It's
right
not
now
going to
is
go
running
well.
the Kalam.
Oh,
I'm
no.
running the Kalam. P1, everything that begins to exist has a cause. We already know. Everybody here agrees with that. Probably not the third guy. I don't really know who that is.
Danny, do you want to talk to Matt?
About the
About anything. Both Justin and I have cooked him plenty, so.
Oh dear. Matt, what kind of Christian are
No, you have not. No, you
He's the kind of Christian that doesn't like to talk about the Bible. Let's put it that
Oh,
way.
okay.
Crazy
so he's a
crispy.
non-denominational.
I do.
Do you like talking about the
super
Bible?
crispy.
Why haven't you talked
Yeah.
about the Bible with Justin?
Well, when I talk
have.
to him, we touch on the Bible, yeah.
Okay.
So what kind of are you, like Catholic? What are you?
Yeah, more Orthodox Trinitarian.
Eastern Orthodox? Like Orthodox is a very broad term.
Well, I mean, I'm Abraham.
Did you go to church,
Abraham
Matthew?
and
Did you go
God.
to church today? Matthew, did you go to church today?
I don't go to American churches.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Did you go to church today?
No, not today.
Oh, do you usually not go?
I don't really know what this has to do with God's existence.
Well, it has to. I'm interested in your background. That way we can talk about something that you probably.
He's an anime debater turned theism debater. He doesn't actually care about this,
I'm not
right?
an anime debater. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
So wait, I am curious. Why don't you go to church?
I never said I don't.
Okay, so you do go to church.
I never said I don't. Like, what?
Okay,
Why are
I'm
they
trying
so
to figure
evasive?
what is going on. Do you go to church or not?
Yeah, I never said that
Okay,
I don't.
and what kind of church is that? Is it a Catholic church, an Eastern Orthodox church, a non-dom, Baptist, Methodist? What kind of church is it?
Yeah, it's just a Baptist church.
Oh, okay. All right. You do you think that are you a Calvinist?
I guess. I don't really know. What is that?
Let's just put it this way. Do you think that God is sovereign over everything that happens? Did he bring about everything? Or do you think that he's not in control of literally everything?
Like, control, like, what do you mean by he's in control of everything?
So, for like what happens, what humans end up doing, what happens in human history, what happens in nature, is God in control of over all of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so did God want the Holocaust to happen?
So I'm not going to really try to go into the problem of evil. I'm trying to argue whether or not God exists.
Do you wanna run your kalam with Danny?
Okay, you can run the kalam.
All right, yeah. So everything that begins to exist has a cause. Do you disagree?
Well, it depends on what you mean by cause. I'm fine to accept that premise.
Okay. Are you gonna say like material cause?
Why not just move on to your next
applies?
premise?
Oh, okay. Oh, she's gonna grant that. Okay. I thought he was gonna try to say like that only applies to like a material cause or something like that, but whatever.
Yeah, like you
Alright, yeah,
see, if you define cause in a way that is problematic for me, I'm not gonna accept it, right? But I'm fine to say that generally. I mean, if it's a strict principle, I'm also gonna be skeptical. But yeah, generally, when things begin to exist, they have a cause, right? Sure.
Yeah, we've never observed something beginning to exist that doesn't like, have a cause, or never seen something come from nothing, right?
Well, we don't believe there's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you already hinted at the material stuff, right? So is this does this incorporate, like, I've never seen anything begin to exist at all, in the sense that like there's new material, right? I've seen what I mostly see in my experience. Well, so like you have aluminum and then someone morphs it into a Coke can. Did something begin to exist?
If you have aluminum and then somebody warped it into a Coke can, did something begin to exist?
Right.
You warped it into a Coke. Why would
aluminum is malleable.
Into a Coke can mean? Why would that mean something from nothing?
I didn't say it. No, I'm asking, did something begin to exist there on your view?
No, I know. I'm saying, like, you're saying, would it be something coming from nothing, or?
No,
I'm not asking. I'm asking if it began to
something,
exist.
or something beginning to exist. Yeah.
Did that begin to exist on your view? That the Coke can?
If you warp, wait, I'm so confused right now. Wait, what?
Okay, look, you understand that metal objects are, metal is malleable and you can morph it into different things, right? Okay, so people use metal. They make swords, they make spoons, they make cans, right? So if someone were to take aluminum and make a Coke can out of it, a can, on your view, does that count as something beginning to exist?
Like, does it gain the property of being a Coke can?
The Coke can is not a property. The Coke can is an entity, an object.
Yeah, it's an object, yes.
Okay, so did that object begin to exist on your view?
Did the object begin? Like the...
What?
Particles, or like...
What is the problem?
Like, do you mean like that form of it? The form
I'm talking about the object, the Coke can.
Do you think that Coke cans begin to exist?
Right.
Do you think that basketballs begin to exist?
Matthew, are you okay today? You're not your normal
yeah,
self.
I'm okay.
You sound like maybe you've been
Yes, I'm okay.
near the burning bush.
Yes. Okay. I don't even know what we're talking. Yeah. Do Coke cans begin to exist? I'm sorry. No. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Do basketballs begin
now,
to exist?
yeah. What on your view begins to exist? Just something that you and I agree exists. What's something that begins to exist on your view?
I would say like I'm something that began to exist. The universe is something that began to exist.
Well, that's the claim.
I would define something that begins to exist as contingent, I guess.
No. I'm asking for an example that you and I. So, like, do you think this chair? Do you think everything I'm looking in my room, right? Do you think this stuff began to exist?
Yeah, like the chair, you, me.
All right. Okay.
Table.
So here we go. So this chair began to exist, but it came from pre-existing material, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what we observe is rearrangements of material that's already been there, that's been morphed into different objects, a different object. Okay. I have never seen anything that begins to exist in the way that you want to say, ex nihilo, from ex materia.
So if
no
only
material.
material things can cause material effects, then the universe must have a material cause.
No, it's not. It's not what I'm saying exactly. Are you saying that I'm committed to that?
I'm saying that you're trying to say that everything that begins to exist has a material cause.
I'm trying to say the things that we observe, the things that I'm trying. All I'm saying, I'm making a softer claim. I'm making a softer claim that the things that we see that begin to exist all have come from pre-existing material, right? So that our everyday experience supports a premise that, generally speaking, when something begins to exist, it has a material cause, as you said earlier, like it came from a rearrangement of prior material.
We've seen quantum mechanics allow non-material causality.
What?
That's outside my pay grade, so maybe Blitz will.
Wanna elaborate on that? Because
so
we haven't seen, what we have seen is we've seen in quantum mechanics, arguably, depends on your interpretation, that we've seen
that virtual particles
events
pop
occur
into
with
existence
no
from the quantum vacuum.
But that doesn't mean that there's non-material causality.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Virtual particles pop into existence from the quantum vacuum, and the
false,
vacuum isn't
also,
nothing, but it's not a material cause.
Even if that's true, it's still not. It's not non-material causation.
Did he say pop into existence? By the way,
it's not a material cause.
So doesn't that undermine the first premise?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Wait, what undermines
everything
the first
that
premise?
begins to exist has a cause?
Yes.
When you say pop into existence, you mean like what caused those?
No, I'm not. I said the vacuum isn't nothing.
Right.
Okay, you can see the vacuum caused it.
The vacuum is a physical thing.
The vacuum is not nothing, though.
It's a physical
system. So it's not coming from nothing. It's not beginning to exist from nothing.
So what's the
without
cause?
a cause? The quantum vacuum.
Sure, that's a physical system. So where's the non-physical causation?
I'm saying that the vacuum isn't nothing, but it's not a material cause in the classical sense. That's what I'm saying.
Not in the classical sense, obviously, because we're talking about quantum physics, but in the quantum sense, it absolutely is.
Okay, I'm saying if only material things can cause material effects, then what caused the first material thing?
Okay, well, I'm not wedded to that principle. All I'm talking about is what sorts of premise, what is the stuff that we observe every day in terms of beginning to exist, and it's for 99% of people. Maybe people do fancy physics stuff and they observe other things, but my experience is that it's pre-existing stuff being rearranged, and so it doesn't support a very strong premise that everything that begins to exist has a cause, if you're including non-physical causes, ex-material causes, and stuff like that, ex nihilo and stuff like that.
Okay, so are you just arguing that only material things can cause material effects?
All I'm saying is that our experience does not support this strong premise. It might support another premise, another principle.
Wait, what are you saying? My bad.
That my experience of things beginning to exist doesn't support the kind of principle that you need in the Kalam, the first premise, unless you are clear about what you mean by cause there and beginning to exist.
So when I mean, I guess when I say that, well, I'm saying everything that we observe is contingent, meaning it depends on something else for its existence. The universe exists, but it didn't have to exist, and it began to exist, so it needs an explanation outside of itself.
Okay, this is a different argument. Are we giving up on the Kalam?
Yeah.
No, this is the Kalam. This is...
Nope.
Nope.
I'm explaining what I mean by something beginning has a cause. I don't really know why we're talking about this so deeply. Can we not get into like the actual argument?
We are talking about the first premise.
Yeah, okay. So are you denying the first premise?
I was fine to accept it, but I was putting a caveat that I'm going to interpret it rather narrowly. I'm not going to, that when things begin to exist, my experience is that there was pre-existing stuff that brought it about, or that was necessary to bring it about, that kind of thing.
Okay, well, I'm saying out of nothing comes, so the principle is that things don't pop into existence without a cause.
So out of what do the virtual particles come?
Out of what do the virtual particles come? From the quantum vacuum.
Okay, so then there's a physical cause. Okay, cool.
The quantum vacuum is physical?
When you say out of nothing, okay, so let's just okay, fine. So let's say that I have two options, okay? I either have an infinite regress of moments, okay, in which the natural world has existed in every single one of those moments, right? Or there is a first moment. In the first moment, the natural world was in place, right? Whether that was the universe expanding or whether that was something that happened subsequently, either way, I'm fine with, right? I'm wondering, what about those two options, or how are you ruling those two options out? Either of those two options out.
So why are we ruling out the options of the universe being eternal?
No, the natural world. I'm going to be careful. I'm going to make a distinction between the natural world. Yeah.
Okay.
Because presumably, if there was just one electron that existed, would the universe exist on your view, or no?
If there was one electron that existed, would the universe exist?
Yeah. Presumably not.
Oh, if there was like only one electron.
Yeah, presumably
like
there is no
one.
universe. Yeah. But there's still nature. Nature or natural world that you can be used is a little bit more broad, right? So in other words, it could be natural states or a natural world prior to an expansion of our universe, right? Maybe our description or physics, does not.
What I'm trying to say is that all I'm trying to say is that for the first premise, I guess what I'm trying to say is that everything that begins. I don't really get stuck on it for that long, but. I'm gonna give the justification, I guess. What I'm trying to say.
I cut to the chase, right? You have to rule out both of these options, right? That's what the Kalam seeks to do, by the way. The option where you have an infinite regress, where it's just natural world all the way down, right? Okay, or first moment where the natural world is in the first moment, right? And there's no God. The Kalam argument is supposed to eliminate those choices, or those options, those possibilities. So. If you could tell me how you're eliminating each of them, or I'm more interested in the latter one, but pick one.
So I guess I'll just tell you how. I guess about the infinite regress. So like I said, if everything was contingent, then there would be no ultimate explanation. And you cannot have an infinite chain of dependent things without something that is not dependent.
Are we?
How? Okay.
We've done this 5 times with Matt. Why is this still happening?
Because I don't really know why we're trying to argue infinite regress right now.
Okay, let's just grant it to him. If we've done this before, if y'all have done this, infinite regress is not possible. How are you ruling out the other option?
Okay, the other option would be, what was it again? I forgot. My bad.
So you have a first moment where the natural world exists in the first moment, right? There is no God.
There's a first moment. Was there a moment before this first moment?
That's not possible. Then it wouldn't be the first.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Is there a logically prior moment to this first moment?
I don't know what that means. Don't know what that means.
Okay, so, well, are you saying it's logically impossible for there to be a moment without time before?
Yeah, I don't know what that would
this
mean.
first moment.
I have
You
no
can't have
idea
time
what
before the first moment.
Right, I don't know what
Kind
that
of
would mean.
obviously.
Why does time imply? No. Logically prior.
Why does
moment,
time imply moments?
No, logically prior moment.
What do you mean? What do you mean by logically prior? People just say that and they don't even know what they're saying. So, like, I'll say, here's one sense of logical priority. When we order sentences as premises to get a form of argument where the conclusion is guaranteed if the premises are true, then the premises are, you know, in some sense, logically prior to the conclusion, right? That's not what you mean, right? So tell me what you mean by logically prior.
So, to claim that there can't be a moment before time is to say that change always existed. But
what?
God is pure actuality with no potentiality.
Oh my gosh.
So he's not omnipotent?
What?
Okay.
What are you saying?
Yeah, so
what do you mean by
say that
can you define the phrase logically prior for me?
I'm going to, and I
okay,
am.
Go ahead.
So listen, to claim that there can't be a moment before time existed, that's to say that change always existed. Okay, because space-time.
That doesn't follow.
I'm not really understanding that.
Okay. So, are you saying that change, time always exists and doesn't imply change always? Yes or no?
I'm just saying, when I say there's time, all I mean by that, for the purpose of this conversation, is that they're moments. And if I say that time began, all I mean by that is that there's a first moment, nothing else. Let's not reify time as some object. I want to talk about moments. I can reify moments, though. We can talk about moments and their properties. So I'm just talking about moments, okay? There's a first moment. The natural world exists there. There is no God. What's my problem?
All right, so there's a first moment in the natural worldview and no God exists. So your problem would be that there's a moment, a first moment in a natural worldview. Or worldview, I don't even know what that means.
Natural world. There's a natural world in the first moment. Then that in some way you can describe.
Natural world, not a worldview. Okay, so there's a first moment natural world, no God. Your problem would just be that, like I've already said, an infinite chain, or I guess a chain of dependent things, or I mean, all these, this thing that we're talking about to begin with, the thing that has a first moment is dependent. It's not necessary, right?
Oh, yeah, fine. It's not necessary. So what?
Okay, if it's not necessary, then that means that it doesn't necessarily exist. Therefore,
that's fine.
Had a beginning. Therefore, it had a beginning.
There's a beginning insofar as that it's the first moment.
Does it necessarily exist? Yes or no?
No. I already said this.
No. Okay, so if it's not necessary, okay, does that mean that it began?
It begins insofar as it's in the first moment. There's a beginning insofar as that there's a first moment where there's a natural world.
So the first moment. Okay, right. We have so we have a first moment in a natural world. Okay, so does this first moment imply the first moment of time? Yes or no?
That is the first moment of time. There's synonymous phrases here.
Okay, so we have the first moment of time here. Okay.
Oh my God, you said this. You've repeated it 4 times.
So what I'm trying to say is that we have a first moment in time and we have no God. But I keep telling you the same thing over and over. I don't understand. We're not understanding it. I'm telling you that time began. So it's and you already admitted that it's not necessary. So that means that it began. Like, what are we doing here?
It begins insofar as that it's in the first moment.
Did it begin to exist? Did the moment begin to exist?
If begins to exist means that it's in the first moment and there's no prior moment right? Then sure, it's in the first moment.
Oh, okay. So how does it begin if there's no prior moment? That
Because
means
it's the first
eternal, isn't it?
one. It's the first one. It's the first one. It's the first order. It's the beginning. What's the beginning of the natural numbers? Matthew?
So is there, okay, so when you say there's a prior moment, does that mean like logically prior? Like, what are we talking about?
There are no prior moments if it's the first
Do you
moment.
know what logical priority is?
I asked you what that meant years ago.
Well, I mean, okay,
Look, if
well,
there's a
logical...
first moment, then by definition, there's not an earlier moment. Logical, temporal, fucking metaphysical, it doesn't matter.
I don't know even know what's meant by prior here if it's not temporal.
So I guess let me just explain it. So logical priority means that one thing is like the foundation or explanation for another, but not necessarily in a temporal sense. There's no before and after in time. There's just dependence and explanation.
That's fine. If there's a first moment, then by definition, there's nothing before it.
Right. So there's no explanatory states before the first moment. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when X is logically prior to Y.
No, I heard you. I heard you. So the answer is
It
no.
means
There's
Y
nothing
depends on
logically
X for its
prior.
existence.
Right. There's nothing logically prior to it. There's nothing explanatory of the first moment.
Logical priority does not require time.
You know what priority is?
So temporal. Do you know what temporal priority is? It's about time. Logical priority is about explanation.
Okay, yeah, so if you're asking me, Danny, is there an explanatory state before the first moment? No.
Before, yeah. When you use the word before, then I guess, yeah. Take out the word before and then say it again.
Is the first moment explained?
Is the first moment explained?
Is that what you're asking? No.
Yes, it is.
I'm telling you, no.
Big Bang. Second
no,
law.
it may not be no, I didn't say Big Bang. I said, we went over this. Remember, I distinguished between natural world and universe? It could be that the first moment in time has the natural world, and then in the second or third moment, let's say, there was an expansion, or the universe
The first moment in time. The first moment is in time. Or is it the first moment of time?
I don't make a distinction there.
Would it be the first moment of time or the first moment in time?
If I don't make a distinction, then it's both. It's synonymous phrases. Yes, it's both.
Okay, first moment of time. Okay. So, what are we even talking about currently?
I was asking.
I was ready to talk about some give some formulas and give you the problem.
No, I was asking you to give me a problem with the naturalistic model. The naturalistic model where, putting aside infinite regress, you have a series of moments. You have a first one. In the first one, it's natural reality is present, right? And there's no supernatural reality. You have to tell me what's wrong with that picture.
So we just have a world without a God.
Yep.
With natural reality. It's not like there's nothing. There's natural reality.
Okay, so the problem is that we have a reality that is dependent on something in order for it to exist. It doesn't exist necessarily. So like I said,
there are no issues with thinking that there's nothing in reality that's necessary. I don't think that anything in reality is necessary. I think that I don't accept that.
Well, that's questionable.
It is contentious, but that's my view. Some atheists want to say some atheists will be fine to say that the initial state. One second.
No.
Some atheists. One second. Some atheists will say that the initial state of natural reality is necessary. Some people will say that, and I don't accept that, but maybe they're right. But it doesn't make a difference to me.
Do you affirm or deny that the universe may be necessary?
I don't think it's necessary. Okay, good combo, Matthew.
Oh man, okay.
Matthew, make sure you're sober next time you come back. That's a poor showing, man. My goodness.
He usually does better?
No.
No, he doesn't do better, but he's not like laughing and being
No,
a
he did that
fool.
on my show on Friday.
Oh,
really?
So
yeah.
Oh, usually he's like on my show.
It
He's
might
usually
just be like social awkwardness.
He's usually not slow and monotone on mine. He's just argumentative and combative.
He might be on drugs today, so.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Oh well, friends, we're going to read some super chats. We got 5 minutes left in the show, and then we're going to close it out. Matthew was our last guest there. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate y'all. Design, thank you for the super chat. Says, I wonder why they don't cite the objective law of facing the doors while an elevator is clear proof for the elevator God. Actually, I'm curious, Danny. Are you like a moral realist or no?
No. Okay. Short answer. Some people treat morality like they treat chivalry, and in that sense, I could be a realist. So, like, I think there are stance-independent facts that damsels in distress, saving damsels in distress, is associated with the term chivalry in the way that it's a successful application of the term to describe that situation as chivalrous. If you want to treat morality that way, fine. I'm a realist, right? But the more interesting thing is I'm not a realist insofar as that there are moral facts that obligate me, right, to do things, right? So, in other words, there's a sense of realism where you look at morality as a constructed system, right? And some people want to push for that. I don't have issues with that. To me, that's sociological, empirical investigations about how we use language and how we develop, sort of sociological systems like that. But then there's like the conversation philosophy about our obligations and duties, in which case I don't think any duties or obligations are stance independent.
Okay. Skeet, I think I missed this one earlier. Skeet says, did you know Galileo was a Christian? Yeah, no one cares. The Catholic Church basically put him away. Empiricist says, I feel personally attacked by his arguments. I thought you might when I saw your username. Thank you for the super chat. And K2F says, Jesus did evil too if he fulfilled all of the law? Wait, I don't know what that means. He added to the law, which is against Deuteronomy 4, verse 1 and 2. So that was a problem.
Can't go doing that.
I know, right? Ivy, thank you for the super chat. It says, Skeet for president. Oh, you must be a Skeet fanboy. Listen, Skeet can't be president because he's too afraid to get on stage. He won't even make it to the debate. And Pat, good to see you, buddy. Says, weirdo callers usually call in around this time. You know what? We had an unusual amount of trolls today.
We had a lot of trolls today.
It happens.
Yeah, no, but when I was a guest earlier, we didn't have as many. So
yeah.
And not even banjo troll. We got all the new trolls, no banjo troll. No. Miko, good to see you, friend. Says, phew, it's a toughie tonight. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Miko. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was a tough go with all the goofballs today, and it was a weird one. Sully, thank you for the super chat. It says, strange how limbs don't grow back from prayer. That's the thing. Prayer almost only ever works if it's for something mundane that might happen with or without prayer. When it's something really incredible, like healing all the babies in the hospital, that stuff's not going to happen. C.S. Lewdness is wild.
I love that.
Dr. Blitz, I have been having leg pains. I think it may be from Lyme disease, but I was told once I went through the treatment for that and I'd have no symptoms.
Go to a doctor. Not this kind.
Wrong, Dr. Blitz. Kurt says, Deathless Light crash out incoming. You lost! Yeah, that's exactly what he would say. Although Deathless wasn't in the queue today. Did you guys?
Really a shame.
I didn't see him.
I didn't see him either.
I would love to see Danny cook Deathless. Everyone else has already cooked him.
I thought he had issues.
Well, he might.
Yeah, no, I visited 5 years ago because I've known that guy for like a year or two. That like I have to be careful around him because he's actually.
Oh, I mean, he is like nutso.
Yeah.
But
well, like clinically, like
I don't know if he
issues.
is.
No,
I think he is. Like I've
I
had
think he
many
is.
people because I debated him and I started mistreating him and then like you got to be careful. He's like mentally ill and then I'm like, "Oh, so now when I talk to him I'm
Really?
I'm like, "Oh, okay, Deathless. That's a good point, man. Nice talking to you." That kind of
Okay, good to know. Good to
Yeah.
know.
Good job, buddy. Good job. All right.
Yeah, right.
Go play
You
with your
did great.
toys. Eat your veggies. Kane, thank you for the super chat. Says, "What is my purpose? You pass butter." Oh my god. Is that a phrase I should know?
It's from Rick and Morty.
I'm sorry. Guys, remember, I hate fun.
I thought that you've seen Rick and Morty.
I think I've seen the first 4 seasons.
Okay.
So, I don't know. It's been a long time, though. Miko, thank you for the additional super. It says, Giant's Causeway in North Ireland looks carved by a human. It's mostly hexagonal rock. It's natural. Oh, knowing zero about rock. I would have inverted design. Now I got to check this one out. Hold on. Giant's Causeway?
It's pretty impressive. My brother's been there and it looked... It's definitely puzzling.
There's a couple landmarks that are like... Oh, I've seen this before. Okay, I know you're talking about. Yeah, all the square forming rocks. It's a weird one. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, those are definitely hexagons, not squares.
Oh, hold
Get
on.
wrecked, learn geometry.
I'm looking at a picture. It's just a little tiny thing on Google. Let me see.
Yeah, you would give an excuse.
I mean, if you get a good picture, it is hexagon, obviously. But there's also circles inside the hexagon, perfect circles. So get wrecked. You didn't say circles. Actually, that's almost as impressive as a hexagon, that there are circles on them. Perfect circles are hard to get. Mr. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Says, how can there be change when Trump eliminated the penny? Checkmate, atheist. Oh, you know what? That was all right.
That
That
goes
was all
back
right.
to your peso example.
Can't make change.
Oh, man. Daniel De La Noche says, caller is conflating the description of contradictory desires with the actual desires. Yeah, that was... I don't know why that was so hard. Like,
when
why
you
that conversation
formalize
was so
it,
difficult.
The thing is that when you formalize it, you would have I have like that they have the desire for not some X, but you're gonna there's a way to formalize it where it's not contradictory, and he formalized it terribly in his head, and that's what happened.
He tried at least. He tried. The V-Dude says, you'd think a pirate's favorite letter would be R, but they're married to the C. Oh, very good.
I've read that one.
Very good. Yep. Fantastic. Not a robot. Good to see it. Says, we could never observe something coming from nothing because we are something and there isn't currently nothing, right? Rock hard for Doug, Simple Wet for Sharon, Justin's fucking rock, and good birdie. Which is the other thing. If the qualifier for it having to be true is observing it, well then God's off the table. Sorry. If you didn't observe God creating, you just defeated your own argument. Async, hey, good to see you, Gretchen. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hi guys, adore you all. Well, I adore you. Any chance you'll send folks to Async Network on YouTube after the show? We're gonna be live reacting to old unapologetic content. Viewers are welcome to come up and react too. Should be fun. Hell yeah. We can send people over to the Async Network.
Justin, look
Maybe?
at Discord.
Oh. I got the wrong one open. Give me a second. I don't see anything.
In the Unapologetic live chat, the one with 9 members.
Yeah, I'm the last. That one. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Sorry, Dalton. I apologize, Gretchen. Dalton already had dibs on that. I apologize.
Yeah.
I spoke too soon. There was a deal made that I wasn't aware of. Vintage, thank you for the super chat. Says, Blitz, have you looked into the Obama prism?
Yes. I had the miraculous vision.
Well,
it was all timey-wimey and stuff.
Oh, well, that'll do it. And Cyber Deconstruction, great to see you. It says, make sure you read the Prince Albert version of the Bible. Only way we know Jesus was pierced and hung. I'll have to let you know when I find that one. I think it's stored with the book of Ezekiel, or the book of Hezekiah. Kurt says, 1, 2, 3, 4 was death. Wait. No. It wasn't a Deathless Light.
There's no way.
That can't be. Deathless Light would be
him.
like raging and laughing like maniacally.
And he would have been like, you fucking lost.
Yeah, exactly.
How does it feel to lose?
How does it feel to get crushed? Simeon Urchin, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin has probably been recommended this before, but he should absolutely watch Good Omens. Neil Gaiman is meh, but it plays with Christian myth really well.
That's true. The Good Omens is good. Unfortunately, it came out after Good Omens came out that Neil Gaiman actually like harassed women, and I think more, but I don't remember.
Oh shit.
So
okay. That's super unfortunate. Well, I guess I'm not gonna be watching that one. Thanks for that recommendation, though.
You could still watch it. Just put it in context.
Sure. Yeah. I wonder what happened to him. Did he get like prosecuted?
I don't remember. You'd have to Google it.
Okay. Well, friends, thank you so much for being here. Hey, listen, there's a bunch of people that are live right now. Let's send everybody over. Where's Dalton? Is Dalton live? Is he good? He's
Dalton
about
said he was going to go
live
right after when we're done.
So Dalton, if you're watching, start your live now, so then we can send people over.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I see he's not live right now. Although he's got a new profile pic. He's getting live as we speak. Look at that. All right, friends. If you don't know Dalton's channel, it's about to start in 10 seconds. Channel looks about like this. He's going to be on TikTok and on YouTube. If you don't have to switch platforms, just look up the Bible guy. You're going to really like the show. And friends, it's starting, so we'll leave you. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all the shares and support. We'll see you again next week.